Go birds, go birds. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good, good. from here.
Hey.
First of all, welcome to International Fight Week. I guess, this is one of the last fights. Your fight against Payton is one of the last ones that was announced. So I guess what was the timeline? How far back did you know you were going to be fighting this weekend?
Well, the UFC called me when it was 5 weeks ago. He called me to fight Jonathan Martinez. Unfortunately, he got injured, so we got some problem to find a new opponent. And Payton didn't have an opponent either, so we ended up fighting Chaladon. So it was a perfect match.
Do you like this matchup more than the Jonathan Martinez fight?
For real, for sure, because Payton has a good name behind him. He has a good hype, so I think beating Payton gonna put me in a good position in the UFC.
Payton has said that he's struggled to find opponents. Not a lot of people want to fight.
So do I.
Yeah, I was about to ask you the same thing. So do you view this as, are you surprised that they matched you up this early in your careers? Because you guys will probably have fought in later on when you guys have both made a bigger name for yourself in the UFC.
Well, when two athletes is having problem fighting an opponent and both is in the card, is an easier way to match them and make them fight. And I think this is a good fight for us. Two prospects, and I'm very excited about it.
In terms of his actual skill set, what do you make of his, abilities in the octagon? Because he's had a lot of knockouts, but then his last fight, he got out-wrestled. And on one of his videos, he was saying he wrestled in high school. He knows how to wrestle. His body just wasn't reacting to what he should have done. So what do you make of his skill set in there?
Payton is a great fighter. He has a good strike. He has a different style of fighting on stand-up, but I think he's a good fighter.
And he's very popular online here in America. So I guess, have you heard from his fans much at all? Have they been sending you messages or leaving comments?
Well, I don't check that up, but yeah, I don't care. In the end of the day, it's only me and Payton going to step in the cage, and that's all, nobody else. Thank you.
Yeah, Felipe over here.
Hey.
You're a former Octagon MMA champion. What do you make of Octagon's recent success with their big stadium shows?
Octagon is a great event. It's one of the it's the biggest in Europe, and I was very grateful for the opportunity that they gave me. It was amazing to fight in the Octagon because their crowd, the public, they have events in a big arena, and it's a good show.
And one more from me. You train at the All-Stars Training Center in Sweden with Coach Andreas Michael. How much has Andreas helped you with your fighting and your life?
All-Stars Sweden, Andreas and Maidi, they changed my life. They gave me the biggest opportunity of my life that is training with them. They took me from Brazil all the way to Stockholm, Sweden, and I'm forever grateful for everything they has done. And the fighter that I am today is because of them as well. They put their time on me, and I'm so grateful for their life and for everything, for Team All-Stars as well. Thank you.
Just over here. Of course, this is your first time fighting on a UFC pay-per-view, and obviously doing it at International Fight Week. How excited are you to be featured on this card, especially on the main card as well?
It's amazing. I mean, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and because before I found out on Wednesday, I saw that I was going to be the third fighter of the card. So, it's gonna be the third fight. There's not a lot of people in the arena yet. So, but when they told me I'm gonna fight the main card, I got very, very happy because I like to fight for the public, for the fans, and I like when the arena is full, and especially in the fight week as well. Like the International Fight Week is a great card, one of the best cards in the year, so I'm just grateful for everything. Very happy. I can't wait.
Does that make you more excited to put on a show on Saturday, to show the fans and to kind of put your name out there a little bit more?
100%. That motivated me to show who I am, to show who's the Jungle Boy, to bring to people to get to know who's the Jungle Boy.
And how do you see the fight going down? How do you think it plays out?
Well, I'm going to get out of that cage as a winner. Doesn't matter if it's by submission or TKO or decision. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be the winner in the end of the night.
And then just last one, what's your prediction for the main event? Obviously, we've got Ilia Topuria taking on Charles Oliveira. How do you think that goes down?
Well, the only thing I can say is going to be a good fight.
Thank you.
Felipe, over here.
Yes.
How's it going? Mentioned that you fought in Octagon, and obviously a really big promotion, but you fought a lot of really good opponents prior to getting to the UFC. How much do you think that level of experience fighting high-caliber opponents will pay off for you in this fight?
Well, as I say, we come as a fighter. You gotta say yes to everything. You cannot choose opponent and make your way up. So because you see a lot of fighters that didn't fight good opponents, and when they get into the UFC, they get tested and they lose the fight. So yeah, so we're like this. We say yes to everybody, to any time. So I like to prove myself all the time, and I'm here to fight the best.
And obviously, Payton, a lot of hype prior to his last fight. A win over him, how far would that push you in the bantamweight division?
Well, put my name in a good spot. People will get to know me, and they will get to know who's Felipe Lima, the Jungle Boy, and I appreciate for the opportunity. I'm very grateful that he accepted the fight as well, and I can't wait.
And just last one for me, what do you make of bantamweight champion Merab Dvalishvili? It looks like no one's been able to stop him, defeat him. Just how much does that motivate you to just get to that level?
Well, he's doing great. He's a machine, and he's the GOAT of bantamweight. All respect to him. Thank you, guys.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Josh? Front right here.
Hey.
I feel like we just did this just a couple weeks ago. So I guess just how's life been in this short window from fighting in Newark to now fighting on the main card of International Fight Week?
And life is great. Back in training camp and things like that. So I love staying active. So yeah, life has been great.
And how, just outside of fighting, how has life changed for you? Because we've always known, we've been interviewing you since the beginning, but I don't think a lot of fans knew much about you. Now they're the cameras are following you to church. They're following you around for Embedded. I saw you yesterday doing stuff with ESPN. So how's life changed for you outside of fighting?
I don't really know yet because I'm back in camp already. So you know what I mean. I don't really go outside like that. So maybe after this fight, I'll feel the different.
Do you prefer fights like this, because I'm sure you would want a full camp for Brandon, but you don't have to dwell on him for 8-9 weeks. You don't have to do rounds and rounds of media. You just get to show up, cut weight, and fight. Do you prefer these short notice fights for a fight like this, or would you have preferred a full camp?
I mean, like I said, it's not a short notice, I'll say, because 3 weeks is plenty of time, and like I said, shout out to him for giving me a chance to fight with him. So you know what I mean. But yeah, the media work. You know what I mean. I rather do this. Yeah.
Kai Kara France and Brandon said that maybe fans would be more excited for your fight against Brandon Royval than the original Manel Kopp fight, just because you've been so active and you've been so exciting as Royval called you probably the most exciting flyweight in the UFC right now. So do you think that your matchup is going to generate more interest than the Manel Kopp fight?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, you know what I mean. Just because our fighting styles is, don't get me wrong, Manel is a great fighter, but you know the thing that I bring is it's a little different. You know what I mean. So the pressure, two pressure fighters gonna fight in the middle of the cage. So it's gonna be great for the fans.
And have you, last one for me, have you looked ahead? I know you have Brandon on Saturday, but like if you beat him, like after that, it's title shots, main events, 5-round fights for you. Have you allowed yourself to kind of envision that, or is just life isn't past Saturday for you?
I mean, after I beat him, I'm gonna get the title for sure. So yes.
Yeah, right. Good confidence. You've entered MMA at a time where this game's sort of changing. There's now like more fighters than ever, more events than ever, and it's harder for younger guys to start standing out for fans. One of the ways to do that is to remain more active. Is that something you're aware of and something that you want to do to make your name grow bigger faster than some of these other guys?
Yeah, it's also that, you know what I mean, keeping my name out there. And the second thing is that, like, when you stay active, you just get better each and every time. So, you know what I mean, I just want to get better. And then I'm not going to be young forever. So, you know, I want to get this done when I'm young.
I mean, you're talking about title fights already, and you just acknowledge that you're young. Is part of you not thinking maybe, oh, we'll start growing, and when I'm ready, I'm ready? Or do you really, truly feel ready for that belt right now?
Yes, if they call me today, I'm ready.
Love that.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Guess mic's not working. Can you hear me over here?
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. So one of the things, you had this quick turnaround from the last fight to this fight. For you, how do you go about not overtraining, not overdoing it? Is that something you're aware of, or your coaches need to tell you, like, hey, maybe take it easy? Like, how did you go about not overdoing it going into this fight?
Yeah, man. Each and every fight, me and my coaches, like the relationship we have is that we keep talking after the fight and things like that. So we keep getting smarter about, you know, overtrainings and, you know, the recovery part. So I don't think I will be overtraining because, you know, I like to think my last fight as like a hard sparring before a big fight and things like that. So it's good.
Does the game plan change a bit just with the fact that Brandon's pretty tough to knock out and finish? I know you always go for the knockout, but you also don't want to overdo it in the fight either. Is this something you're thinking of with how durable Brandon was?
Yeah, but you know, Cody was tough. You know what I mean? All these guys that I fought were tough. So even Bruno Silva was tough. You know what I mean? So if I can get him out inside the you know what I mean, the 3 rounds, then we're gonna dominate him.
Just last one from me. Do you like the fact you're fighting an opponent? There's no real trash talk or build up. Like, you guys are both really nice. You're violent in the cage, but is that something you like where you can just focus on the fight and not worry about trash talk and all that?
I mean, the trash talk, you know what I mean? I never have nothing against the guy, so if, you know what I mean, if you want trash talk, I don't really mind, man. Yeah.
Joshua over here. You know, when you have a dominant champion like Pantoja, people talk about like the whole division is watching him. The whole division is trying to find those holes in his game. Do you feel like, you know, you've been one of those guys doing that when he fights every time, you know, out, that you're getting more and more information to beat him? And do you feel like the whole division is doing that because he's been on top for so long?
I don't know. When I watch his fight, I just watch his fight. I didn't study him like that, you know, just because I like to focus on one fight at a time. So, you know, when I get to fight him, that's when I will study him.
Thank you. Over here. Josh, a lot of people find it unfair that the champion Pantoja is pound for pound ranked number 10. Do you think he should be ranked higher?
Definitely. You know, what he done in the division is just crazy. You know what I mean? I think he should be a little higher than that.
Here, over here, Josh. You're currently leading the flyweight division for most significant strikes landed per 15 minutes. How do you keep that pace up against a guy like Royval with great cardio?
I don't know. I'm going to have to see in the cage, you know. What you see on TV versus what you really see in the cage is a little different.
Joshua, just over here. You said you feel like you're ready for the title. Do you think Pantoja retains the title this weekend? How do you feel that title fight goes down?
you know, if he stay champions and I get to fight him, that would be ideally, right? But I think this fight against Kai versus him is 50-50, you know what I mean? So whoever win the fight, they're gonna have to see me. So
How do you feel you match up with either of them?
you said what?
How do you feel that you match up with Pantoja or Kai?
I haven't studied them, so you know I gotta get past Royval, and then we gonna do the study.
And do you feel it's important to put on a standout win this Saturday to be able to call for that title shot?
Yes, definitely.
And last one, can I get a prediction for the main event? How do you think that goes down?
I like both of them, but I think Ilia get it done.
Thank you.
Josh, just one for me, brother. I don't know if this one's been asked yet, but are you going to be weighing in at championship weight this weekend? Because like we've seen stranger things in the past. You know, if somebody was to fall out, not only could you jump to that title shot, but you could have the opportunity to tie John Jones's record as being the youngest champion ever in the UFC.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make 125 for sure. Yes, sir.
Hey, Josh. Right here. Good morning, Josh. You're one of the biggest prospects right now in the division. You are becoming slowly a fan favorite. What do you think about all the progress you've made so far?
The progress? I like the progress that I made, you know what I mean? I feel like we just keep getting better each and every fight after each and every fight. So shout out to my teammate and my coaches for, you know, guiding me the right way.
And obviously, you're just days away from possibly your biggest fight in your career. I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about this opportunity and the fact that you are part of the international fight with here in Las Vegas?
You feel great, man. But like I said, ain't no fight is too big for me or too small for me. So I look at every fight as the same.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, if we go to the ground, then Josh Van submit Brendan Royval. Sir, thank you.
pine for those days. I really like. Yeah, yeah, or just like the old school scrums. Do you remember? Like I just loved like they gave us. Yeah, yeah, they gave us like what 3 hours to say.
And it was the rat race. Like,
Yeah.
do you wait like 5 minutes to get John Jones, or do you go get like some prelim fighter?
Exactly.
Like, I like that rat race. I miss it, trust me.
Yeah, I know.
Check, check, check. There you go. Sam's the man. Sam's the man.
Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't even be allowed in the hotel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before Renato answers your questions, we have our 50-time jacket presentation today for Renato. And this is actually the first one that's a little bit unique. We are now sponsored by Thorne Nutrition, the UFC's official supplement partner, in a program known as Clean Athletes presented by Thorne. And I think that's significant of the success of the program. And frankly, when we started, the only people we cared about, and still do, is the athlete. Are they receptive to this? Is this a good thing for them? And I think overwhelmingly we've seen that to be the case. But now we have other outside entities saying, hey, we want to be part of this too. So we're real proud to do it. We've had athletes that have been considered their retirement fight if they're close to a jacket, saying, hey, I want to fight one more time so I can get this jacket. We've had other athletes that are retired saying, I might come back because I really want to get that jacket. So I think it really is meaningful to them. You can ask Renato that later. In terms of his career, he's been with the UFC since 2014. That means he's been in the program for the entire existence of the program. We're coming up on our 10-year anniversary next week. We launched this thing July 1st, 2015. Ronda Rousey and Bethe Correia were the first two recipients of tests. But if you do the math and extrapolate out like we like to, Renato's been part of this program for approximately 3,650 consecutive days. Every single one of those days, he's been responsible for reporting where he can be located to be tested. And every one of those days, he's been responsible for everything that he puts into his body, onto his body, and he's been perfect throughout it. So when you see a career resurgence like he's had over the last few years and fighting for a title, it's one of the unique sports where we can look back on a body of evidence and said, this guy did this the right way. He did it with integrity, he did it with credibility, and he did it with a tremendous amount of hard work. So we're super proud of you, Renato. Thank you for everything you've done. Our pleasure to present you with your jacket. Thorne's also proud of you, so thank you very much, my man. Thank you so much. Congrats. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, man.
Renato, congratulations on the 50 test clean jacket. How much of that was you didn't want to cheat and how much is you just didn't have the money to afford the steroids?
Now I am the cleanest athlete over here today, so thank you so much. Maybe you guys sponsor me. But to be honest with you, I was happy. Like he said, I didn't even consider that, but I have been in UFC since 2014, and to me it was a huge guarantee to have the anti-doping, because we know back in the day a lot of people used to cheat, and one thing everybody hates is cheater, you know. So I'm happy with the program, I'm happy with UFC, and that's awesome. Thank you so much.
You mentioned being in the UFC since 2014, and yet for some reason in this fight with Beneil, everyone looks at you as the younger up-and-coming guy, and he's this old veteran that you need to get rid of.
Because I'm young on my mind.
Is it strange to prepare to fight a guy, fight against someone else, and then have to go back to the gym and prepare for the same guy that you were originally going to fight?
Not really, because in the end of the day, I use the same training partners, I use the same system, but I had more time, and I focus more on my dieting, on my training. So this camp was even better than the last one.
Does it benefit you that you both had a camp, but you got to compete and he didn't, or does it benefit him because he didn't have to get into a fight?
I don't know, benefit me that I got a lot of money, you know, so I think that's what I want, and that's what I got, you know, and I got this opportunity, and I was happy. And sometimes life throws at you a challenge. I come up short, but now I have the chance to get back, to beat Dariush, and to climb the rankings again, so I'm happy.
In a way, it's obviously the fight with Islam didn't go your way, right? But in a way, this is the best case scenario because now he's moved up. It's not like you've got a loss to the existing champion. So do you feel a bit revitalized that your opportunity at a belt might come sooner than you would have had it should he have stayed?
I don't care about rankings. I don't care about anything. I want to fight for the belt next, not next. I want someday again with better preparation. But that's not up to me. I have to beat Beneil Dariush. I have to give a good speech to everybody. I have to bring more fans to my side. And this is going to happen, you know. I have to become more popular to fight for the belt. A lot of people think UFC is sports, but UFC is entertainment. They want to sell tickets. They want to sell merchandise, and that's the truth. And that's why I'm trying my best to be sellable.
I think it's working. Good luck.
Thank you.
Does your jacket say Money Moicano? Renato?
My jacket say Money Moicano. That's awesome.
In January, when we spoke to you before your fight that didn't happen with Beneil, your exact quote was, "I'm going to beat the shit out of an old man." This time I saw you interview you, and you said you were going to kill him. So I guess what's different this time that you're going to kill this guy instead of beat him up?
The difference is somebody told me that he's only 15 days older than me, so I have to kill him now because that means I was calling myself old the whole training camp, and Saturday night can only be one old man standing, and this is going to be me.
Has it felt like, you said this camp was better than the last one, but has it felt like one long camp to you, considering you've been preparing for the same guy for like 8-9 months?
Not really, because after the fight, I took a little time off and I focused on my social media, especially on my Portuguese channel, Shootout. Faz o M aí, galera do YouTube. So I focus a lot on my social media and grow a lot, especially my YouTube in Portuguese. I was doing podcasts and doing stuff. I was open a gym. I was focused and I was doing other stuff than fighting. And then I get back to training. And then I had a good training camp. So it was not like 9 months just thinking about I have to beat this old man Dariush. No, was good.
And obviously, the main event on Saturday is your weight class for the vacant title. There's a lot of argument over who should get the shot after that. Should it be Arman again? Should it be Gaethje? Should they do Patty, Ilia? Obviously, you want to make a statement, but who do you think is the closest? Because you said it's not about rankings, it's about popularity at this point. Who do you think deserves the shot after Saturday's main event?
I think if Topuria wins, they're gonna put Patty, because that's going to be a big fight. Even though Patty don't deserve, it's like you say, it's entertainment, he sells, people like him, and he's a better fighter than I thought. He did good against Chandler. That means or Chandler sucks, or Padler is very good. We're about to find out, because I think Topuria gonna smoke Patty if they fight. That's gonna be a easy money, but it is what it is, you know. I think if we have merit on the sport, I would like to see Arman Tsarukyan, because he is the #1 contender. But like I say, this is not a sport. This is a sport, but more they want to sell tickets, and rankings really doesn't matter.
Well, I think Arman's weighing in as the backup for Saturday anyway. So do you think that means like he's most logically next, especially if Charles wins, he has that win over Charles already?
No, I just think like if something happened, they don't want to give me money again, you know. They say, hey, put Arman Tsarukyan. This guy is already got good money, so I don't want to pay him again.
Renato, who do you have winning in the main event?
Unfortunately, Topuria. I'm saying that with a broken heart. You know, I'm a huge Charles Oliveira fan. I wish this guy could speak English so you guys can see the emotion, the connection that he has with the fans, especially being from a very poor background. You know, the way he communicates himself in Portuguese is amazing. I am a fan. But Topuria beat two of legends on his previous fight, you know. He beat Volkanovski, that you can arguably tell that on the first fight, Volkanovski did very good. And then Max Holloway, and Max Holloway just knocked Gaethje. So Topuria is very, very dangerous, very, very dangerous.
What were your thoughts on Islam moving up to welterweight? And, you know, since you've been in there and fought him, how much success do you think he's going to have at welterweight?
I think he's going to have success against JDM. I'm not so sure, but I think he did the right thing, you know, move up, try to get 2 belts, and then stop, like Khabib did, you know. If you keep fighting enough, you're going to lose. We saw that with Anderson Silva. I don't know, maybe some people here are younger than me, and they didn't even see the Spider fighting. But when Anderson Silva was fighting, was like legendary. Everybody, he was undisputed, the best fighter of all times, and then he lost, and then everybody forget about him. So if you want to keep your legacy, you should fight, and then try to fight for another belt, and then retire. Do like Khabib, because I remember Jose Aldo, I remember so much fighters that they lost on the end of their careers, and then kind of the legacy were ruined. So I think Makhachev is doing what he was supposed to do. I think he beat GDM, and then if Topuria wins, he get back and fight Topuria, and I think that's a good career.
And last one for me, I think the most interesting aspect of this weekend's fight with you and Beneil is the ground game. Both of you guys have very good jiu-jitsu. Who, in your mind, has the better jiu-jitsu between the two of you?
I think that's a good question. That's a very good question. I think Beneil Dariush has a better ground game than me, so he has a better guard, and I think I have better jiu-jitsu game on the top. You know, if I can put him down, I will do like Benoit Saint-Denis. I'm going to use my elbows, you know, but if he put me on the ground, that's going to be trouble.
Here, Renato. Here. Good afternoon. Here, Renato. Talking about your YouTube channel that you said recently, we could see you training with your ATT training partner, Mateusz Gamrot, which has an amazing display of wrestling and is also a former opponent of Beneil Dariush. We've been talking also about wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Do you think that the key in order to get the win this Saturday is your wrestling and your jiu-jitsu, or do you think that the fact that both of you are great grapplers are going to strike more?
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight, looking like analysts, you know, because we both have good jiu-jitsu game, like you say. We both suck at wrestling. We're not good at wrestling. And we both are, like, it's kind of different, you know. I think I am a sharper and better striker than him, and I think he got more power on his left hand and on the hooks. So it's going to be a fun fight. I don't know what's going to happen. This is MMA. Everything that I think about a fight, it happens on all the way, but I'm ready for whatever happens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Renato right here in the back. Renato, you're one of the favorite personalities for a lot of the fans. Outside of maybe your friends and teammates, is there a fighter on the microphone that you really like to listen to?
I used to love Chalsone. I know some people don't like him, especially Brazilians. Me, myself, I hated him. I remember in 2013 or 12, something like that, I was a kid, I was not in UFC, and then I was almost asking my friends to give me money so I could go to the UFC Rio, so I could sucker punch him. I wanted to, although I know this guy gonna beat me, but I'm gonna punch him and gonna run. And now I like him because the stuff, because I know that's a character, you know, that's not what he really believes. He was just trying to draw attention, and not only draw attention, because draw attention is easy, but to be smart with the mic is very hard. And I remember after the interviews, the stuff that he say, he's a fucking genius. Not on YouTube though, on YouTube he sucks.
Oh my gosh. In January at the press conference, I think most people would agree you stole the show, and that was a big part of why the UFC also wanted you to main event when Arman pulled out. Do you have anything planned for this Thursday? You get another press conference again with Beneil. Do you have any big plans?
Not really. I was surprised on the last press conference because everybody was calling money. So right now, UFC, you see, I'm a popular guy. We need to raise more money for Moicano. But jokes aside, I never think on what I'm going to say. You know, I just have a lot of stuff on my head, and when people ask, I talk.
Are you going to be throwing out any more fake money at the weigh-ins?
No more fake money. Now I will throw real money. So prepare for the $100, bro.
Let's go.
Renato, right here. Before your loss to Makhachev, you were on a four-fight win streak, including that great performance in Paris against Beneil Saint-Denis. What version of Renato Moicano can the fans expect to see this Saturday?
A very hungry one, like you say. I was coming maybe the best win streak of my career, you know, because I count as a 5 because I lost to Rafael dos Anjos, a fight that I took not on 155, that was 160. So I had like 4 win streaks with 4 submissions or knockout stoppages. So I was going good. But then they call me 24 hours and they say, hey, you're going to fight with the best fighter in the world. Say, okay, and I lost. I come up short, but I still got it. I still want to be on the top. I still want more money. So you guys can expect somebody that wants to climb the rankings and get more money.
Thank you.
Hey, Renato, I saw you recently opened up your gym, Kingdom Martial Arts. How has the first month been, and have you learned anything new about martial arts by seeing it from a different perspective?
Brother, I would say thank you for the question, but I knew you had asked that question. But thank you so much, no matter what. And I just opened a gym in Florida, so if you guys can check it out, Kingdom Martial Arts, especially for kids, you know. We have anti-bullying program. We want your kids to be very safe and to be very confident on yourself and help the community. So if you are in South Florida, Kingdom Martial Arts, BJJ, MMA, Jiu-Jitsu, and kickboxing for kids and for adults too. You know, I don't want people that want to be fighters. I want people to be better citizens and to have a good workout. Okay, so check it out, Kingdom Martial Arts. Thank you so much, Jake.
Renato over here. After UFC 311, your teammate Grant Dawson, he told me a funny story about you. He said you were talking about Joaquin Buckley, and he approached you, and you said you don't speak English. Could you elaborate on that story?
Yes, at the time, like last year, I was in the International Fight Week, and was me and Gilbert talking, and back in the day, Joaquin Buckley wanted to fight Gilbert. And then he approached me, and he started to speak in English, and I didn't understand a lot, but I say, hey, sorry, my English is not that good. And he say, hey, I watch your fucking podcast every week, my brother. Don't come up with that shit. I know you speak in English. But then I say, man, this guy want to fight Gilbert, and Gilbert is my friend, so I said, no, I don't speak in English. Thank you so much, guys.
Charles, boa tarde. Boa tarde, Charles. Você disse que hoje não luta mais para provar algo, mas por amor próprio. Como essa mentalidade muda a forma como você encara um adversário como o Topuria, que parece obcecado por estatus y espectáculo.
Charles, you said before that you no longer fight to prove anything to anyone, but you do it out of self-love and to prove things for yourself. How do you face that situation and use that against Ilia Topuria, who's more out there for status and to show things to the world in a different mentality?
Da mesma forma como sempre. Nada mudou. Ainda continuo com sede, ainda continuo faminto, ainda continuo querendo fazer história. Essa é uma grande luta. Para minha história, para o meu legado, eu estou pronto para isso.
The same way I've always done it. A guy that continues to be thirsty, guy who's hungry for the win. This is for my legacy. This is for my history. I'm ready for this fight.
Sua história sempre foi marcada pela resiliência, mas agora você enfrenta invicto jovem e com muita fome. Você sente que ela voltou a ser o azarão nessa narrativa ou ainda você quem impõe respeito e sabedoria?
Charles, your history has always been kind of marked by a lot of resiliency, being discredited, and now you're facing a guy who's younger, who is undefeated, and once again he's a favorite, and you being a underdog. Do you feel that this is another opportunity for you to continue to do the same thing?
Sim, ele é cara que está vindo com sede, é cara que está vindo invicto, mas será que ele tem mais fome do que eu? Será que ele quer isso mais do que eu?
Yeah, he's of course younger, comes in undefeated, but does he want it more than I do? Does he have more hunger and more thirst than I have?
Nas suas últimas vitórias vimos Charles mais calculista e menos caótico do que antes. Isso foi uma escola consciente para prolongar uma carreira ou uma adaptação como novo nível de competição?
Charles, in your last fights, we've seen you less and more calculated and less chaotic. And do we feel that this is you kind of adapted your career so you can, take it longer, and this speaks for longevity, or this was just adapting to a new type of game?
A evolução, a experiência, você crescer cada vez mais. É isso que eu estou fazendo, voltando para casa, evoluindo cada dia que passa. É assim que está sendo as minhas lutas, não estou perdendo meu estilo, que é agressivo, andando para frente, mas eu estou pouco mais calculista.
Yeah, evolution, experience. You're always looking to grow. That's what I do when I go back home. It's not without losing my style, continue to be aggressive, but just thinking twice about it.
Charles, you fought the absolute legends of this game, the Poiriers, the Chandlers, the Gaethjes. But Topuria himself has a lot of hype right now. But do you see anything in him that matches the skill level of those men you fought? Or do you think you have to be doing this game for longer than he has to get to that sort of level?
Charles, você enfrentou lendas do esporte. Se você passar por Poirier, Gaethje, o pessoal mais recente. O Topuria, ele tem, você vê nele elementos dessas lendas com quem você lutou? Ou você acha que para ter isso você tem que também ter tempo de casa para mostrar?
Na realidade, cada lutador tem um time, cada lutador tem um espírito. Esses caras que você falou, quantos anos eles estão entre os melhores do leve? Não são caras que chegaram agora, estão quantos anos ali? O Topuria é um moleque que está chegando faminto, invicto, tem muita coisa para provar ainda.
No, it all comes to every fighter has different levels of things, different approaches to things, and the way that they take up on fights. And Ilia is just coming out there and just very young, very hungry. He's also undefeated, but there's a lot to prove still.
You say that you're coming forward in this fight and you're the lion and you're going to bring the fight to him. He actually predicted that's exactly what you would do. Is there any part of you that thinks maybe I shouldn't play into what he expects, or does part of you think it'll be fun to prove that he can expect exactly what I'm going to do and I still manage to beat him at it anyway?
E o Ilia falou que sabe o que você vai fazer, que você vai para cima, que é isso que ele espera que você faça. Você acha que vai ser interessante fazer assim, bem, ele espera que eu faça isso e eu não vou fazer, ou eu vou fazer exatamente o que ele espera e mesmo assim eu vou ganhar dele?
Na realidade, todo mundo sabe o que vai acontecer. É mais um cara que está falando e vai dobrar na minha frente.
In reality, everyone knows what's going to happen. Is another dude that's talking that's going to fold in front of me.
And last one for me, it's very easy to count people out in this sport. It happens all the time. They, maybe lose a belt and they're suddenly just written off. How exciting is it for you to have the opportunity to finally be able to stand in that octagon again, to say the words, the champion has a name?
E tem muita gente que é campeão, de repente perde o título e as coisas mudam para eles e elas se encolhem, ficam e a carreira muda de rumo. O quão emocionante, o quão empolgante é poder voltar na mesma situação, lutar por um título e ter o prazer de dizer, campeão tem nome.
Com certeza algo gigante, sobre legado, sobre sonhos, sobre o quanto você está vivo e faminto para isso. É isso que eu estou, faminto e vivo para isso. Eu posso se tornar campeão, eu vou se tornar campeão de novo. Se o UFC me colocou aqui é porque ele sabe. Quando vem nesses problemas, eles colocam eu, porque eles sabem que eu posso calar eles.
It's enormous, is what I said. It's about legacy, it's about dreams and promises. That's what I work for. It's about the hunger and the thirst. They know I can do this. I know I can become a champion, and I will become champion. The UFC knows this. Whenever the UFC's in a little bit of a pickle and they need to put people to take care of problems, they bring me here, and they know it's happening.
Charles, you've been in the UFC for several generations of fighters now, and there are probably fighters that are joining that grew up watching Conor and Chael and these guys that talk quite a bit. That's never really been your game. You shake your opponent's hand before you even fight. Do you see fighters like Ilia and these young guys coming up thinking that that's what I have to do to make a name for myself, and just kind of roll your eyes at it and be like, guys, it's not that serious. We can just go in there and fight?
Você já passou por muitas gerações de lutadores ao longo da tua carreira, e você olha para os caras como McGregor, como o Chael Sonnen, que garganta e falam pra cacete, sempre falaram muito e sempre venderam luta assim, e você é um cara que, na direção contrária disso, com uma outra maneira de vender uma luta, você é um cara que, por exemplo, vai lá e dá as mãos e você cumprimenta o teu oponente antes de uma luta. Você vê essa nova geração como representada pelo Ilia, de ter que vender nessa garganta de novo e pensa assim, pô, é assim que eu tenho que vender, é assim que eles pensam. E você tem uma outra opinião no sentido de, pô, não é assim, vocês não precisam fazer isso, a gente só está aqui lutando.
Cara, na realidade, são muitos anos que eu estou aqui, né? Vai fazer 15 anos que eu estou aqui. Cada um vende de uma forma, às vezes o jeito que você vende, as pessoas te criticam ou falam várias coisas, por isso que eu venho aqui o tempo inteiro e falo, eu não ligo para o que eles estão falando. Porque, na realidade, às vezes pode ser porque esteja vendendo uma luta, querendo fazer com que a gente ganhe mais dinheiro. É importante, porque eu também estou ganhando esse dinheiro. Mas eu não consigo vender dessa forma, falando, xingando, criticando. Eu vendo da mesma forma que eu sempre vendi minha luta, dessa mesma forma, mas faz parte, cada um vende de uma forma. Quando você chega aqui, você tem escolhas a tomar, o jeito que você vai vender, o jeito que você vai lutar, faz parte. Esse é o game, cada um de um jeito, cada um de uma forma, eu não critico, não é o jeito que eu vendo, porém eu respeito, ele vende da forma dele, eu vendo da minha.
To each their own. People sell fights in different ways, and they have different approaches, not only to talking but also to fighting. And I know that depending on the way that you sell a fight or the things that you say, people are going to criticize you. So they're never happy with it. And I'll say, I'm not one to criticize even, because at the end of the day, he can say the things that he wants to. He can sell the fight the way he wants to. I'm making that money too, so he's helping me sell the fight. I'm not one to criticize, and I do think that's the way that they do it. I don't sell fights that way. That's not the way I operate. To each their own. People are going to sell fights differently. They're going to say different things. It is not my style, but people have their own ways about it.
You face essentially every type of fighter out there: wrestlers, strikers, kickboxers, boxers, tall, short. At what point do you stop preparing for your opponent because you've seen everything and just focus on yourself?
Você já lutou contra tudo quanto é tipo de lutador. Você já lutou contra cara que era boxeador, que era gente do kickboxing, pessoal do jiu-jitsu, contra wrestler, contra todo mundo. E também alto, baixo, grande, pequeno, todo mundo. Em que momento que você para de se preparar para o teu oponente, especificamente, dizer, não, eu já enfrentei isto aqui, eu já vi isso, então não é para ele que vou me preparar?
Na realidade, faz um bom tempo que eu não estou nesse time. Focado naquilo que eu posso levar para dentro do cage, o quanto que eu vou estar feliz. Lógico, a gente tem uma equipe gigantesca de pessoas que estão mapeando de todas as formas para trazer com aquilo que eu possa treinar, mas de verdade a minha preocupação é simplesmente como eu vou estar lá dentro. O quanto feliz, o quanto ousado que eu vou estar lá dentro. O que eu tenho que fazer para me vencer? É isso que eu estou pensando nesses últimos anos e está dando muito bem certo, porque eu chego lá dentro feliz, ousado, com a estratégia na ponta da minha cabeça, focado em busca daquilo, levando o espírito shootbox lá para dentro e mostrando quem é quem.
It's been a while since I've been in that vibe. I have not worried about this. I've been worried about what I can bring to the cage and not the opposite. I have an enormous team and a great team that supports me, that does the analysis there, but I don't, that's not it. I want to be able to be free. I want to be able to be prepared. I want to be thirsty. I want to be aggressive and daring in there, and that's how I feel. And also, again, when I go up there and worried about what I can do, I feel dangerous, I feel daring, I can take the game up to them, and also in the shooter box spirit, always going forward and always being aggressive.
Years ago, when Dustin Poirier went from featherweight to lightweight, it said it took him a while to feel like a real lightweight rather than just a featherweight that stopped cutting weight. He still felt kind of small. You also made the jump up, so did you feel that too, and do you think Ilia will also be feeling like that?
O Poirier falou uma coisa sobre mudar de pena para leve, que você demorou tempo para se tornar realmente peso leve. Por tempo ele só parecia, assim, não. Na verdade, basicamente, eu sou pena que parou de cortar tanto peso quanto antes. Você também fez esse movimento. Para você foi a mesma coisa e você acha que talvez o Ilia passe pela mesma coisa?
Eu acho que cada um é de uma forma, cada corpo é de um jeito. Eu demorei um pouco, eu posso falar de mim, eu demorei um pouco para me adaptar, para entender isso. Parecia que quando os caras me batiam, eles batiam muito mais forte do que eu. Quando eu agarrava, eles tinham muito mais força do que eu. Então eu demorei um pouco para me adaptar. Acho que faz parte daquilo que você muda, demora um tempo para você se adaptar.
To each your own on that one as well. For me, it took a while to do it. It took me a while to adapt. When I was hitting them, nothing was happening. When they're coming to you, they seem stronger. So to each their own. It takes a while. Is what you're doing and the preparation that you do to actually get to that point. But each person has a different adapting time. It took me a while to actually adapt and feel like a lightweight.
And then just last one for me. I know you just want to win the belt in general, but there was that point, I think it was in the countdown, when your wife was saying, you already won a belt for your daughter, and you promised your new son you would win a belt for him. How much are you thinking about that, or is that something you have to put out of your minds, just kind of focused on the task in front of you?
A última pergunta do você já ganhou título, você já tinha prometido isso para Tyler, daí durante o momento no countdown as pessoas conseguiram ver isso porque já está na mídia, a tua esposa fala com você promete pro Dom que eu vou ser campeão, que o papai vai ser campeão de novo. Você tira isso da tua cabeça um pouquinho, porque traz um pouco de pressão, ou isso você mantém isso na tua cabeça para essa promessa?
Não tem pressão nenhuma. Promessas não tem pressão. Quando você tem fé, as coisas acontecem. Estou para ver um cara que tem mais fé do que eu. Tudo aquilo que eu prometi, Deus me abençoou e eu fui lá e cumpri. Eu tenho uma promessa na minha vida. Eu vou se tornar campeão mais uma vez. Está chegando o dia. Escuta bem o que eu estou dizendo. Meu braço vai ser levantado. Eu vou se tornar campeão.
There's no pressure. When there's a promise, there's no pressure. When there's faith, there's no pressure in promises. And you ain't going to see a guy that has more faith than I do. There's no pressure whatsoever, and I know that the day is coming that I'm going to be a champion. And the day is coming right now. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to become a champion again, and the day is about to come.
Charles, down here, to your left here. This weekend, many people are billing this as the potential coronation of a new face of the UFC, and that face of the UFC being Ilia Topuria. How satisfying would it be to not only reclaim the title, but to upset the apple cart and stop Topuria from becoming the quote-unquote face of the promotion?
Essa semana, muitos pensam que essa oportunidade do UFC de coroar um novo ídolo, uma estrela global, um novo talento como Ilia Topuria. O quão satisfatório seria não somente ser campeão mais uma vez, mas também parar todo esse hype e dizer, não, aqui tem, a história é outra.
Cara, na realidade, todos esses que chegaram com esse hype gigantesco, eles voltaram para trás. Todos esses que chegaram falando um monte de coisa, quando trombaram de frente, andaram para trás. Então, assim, o que falam, o que pensam, o que acham, para mim não faz diferença nenhuma. Essa é a real. Respeito todos, respeito todo o que vem falando, tenho 2 ouvidos para escutar todas as coisas, aquilo que é bom e somado e guardar para mim, guardo, aquilo que é ruim, deixar sair. Mas para mim não faz diferença nenhuma.
They always said, every single one of them, they always said it when they came in, they came right back. I mean, they just bounced off me. I mean, when we faced each other, when we clashed, They came out on the losing end. I respect them all. They say what you want to say. I got 2 years, so I can, hear that and I listen. I take in everything that I feel that it adds to what maybe I think, and it's positive. Then I keep it, but I got 2 years, so it can come out the other way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me what people say. They're going to say what they're going to say, and I'm going to be the same.
And you've had some great wins in your career over the likes of Poirier and Gaethje. Where would you rank a win over Topuria in the list of victories that you had in your career?
E você já teve grandes vitórias na tua carreira. Foi falado aqui das vitórias contra o Poirier e contra o Gaethje. Em que lugar você colocaria uma vitória contra o Ilia Topuria?
Com certeza, na primeira agora. O que passou, passou. O que já foi, já foi. A gente tem que pensar uma coisa de cada vez e eu foco completamente agora. Eu quero vencer agora, eu vou vencer agora.
For sure, it'll be first. What's past is past. What's in the past, in the past. What's gone, bygones, bygones. A win, you have to think of the now, and a win against Ilia Topuria will make it the best one.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Charles, obviously we've seen Topuria's stand up on display with his last couple knockout wins, but he has a very good ground game. We saw him use his jiu-jitsu earlier in his career. As someone who's superior at jiu-jitsu, how do you rate his ground game when preparing for this fight?
Obviamente, a gente já viu o jogo em pé do Topuria, especialmente com os knockouts que ele teve no UFC. Mas quando você olhar um pouco mais para trás, no início da carreira dele, ele teve muito sucesso no chão também. Já mostrou que tem esse jogo agarrado. Onde que você colocaria esse talento dele, quanto disso é uma ameaça para você, sendo que você é um especialista em jiu-jitsu?
De verdade, eu não tenho que colocar em lugar nenhum. Com todo o respeito do mundo, tenho que se preocupar naquilo que eu posso fazer dentro do cage. Ele é um cara completo, como eu venho falando o tempo inteiro, tanto em pé quanto no chão. Mas eu estou pronto para todos os sentidos, tanto em pé quanto no chão. Eu estou pronto para se tornar campeão mais uma vez.
I don't bother to rank on how dangerous that game would be. I don't have to worry about anything, and I've said this before. I only worry about what I can bring to the cage, and wherever it is, I'm ready for every situation. Whether it's standing on the ground, I will be ready for any situation that comes up.
We've heard a lot of names for the winner of this fight, Paddy Pimblett, Arman Tsarukyan. Justin Gaethje has also made a case to fight for the winner of this fight. Who do you think deserves the shot the most to fight the winner of this?
Se escutaram muitos nomes para o vencedor dessa luta para enfrentar. Já se falou no Paddy Pimblett, já se falou no Arman Tsarukyan. O Justin Gaethje também se pronunciou dizendo que merece lutar por um título. Onde você colocaria? Quem você pensaria assim? O próximo provavelmente será este.
Na realidade, eu não estou pensando em nada disso. Eu estou pensando agora. É muito fala dali, fala daqui. Eu só tenho que passar por essa aqui agora, vencer, depois ir para minha casa, curtir minha família e deixar minha equipe trabalhar, saber qual que vai ser, quem vai ser, na onde vai ser, como que a gente vai fazer dinheiro.
In reality, I mean, a lot of people are talking. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm here. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on getting this win, going back to my family, just enjoying them a little bit, and let's just see. Let my team work at it. Let my team figure out, who's that going to be against, where is it going to be, when is it going to be, and how are we going to make that money.
And just last one from me. Do you see Islam Makhachev being able to defeat Jack Della Maddalena for the welterweight title?
E a última pergunta do James, como você vê os meio-médios com ele?
Cara, eu acho que vai ser uma grande luta. Jack é um cara que se movimenta muito, não tem pressa de acabar a luta. Como a gente fala no futebol, que vai lascando o cara aos poucos. Né? O Islam é um cara duríssimo, mas também a gente tem que entender que está subindo de divisão agora, da mesma forma que eu fiz, e demorei um pouco para me adaptar. Eu espero que ele tenha sucesso nessa nova divisão, né? Que ele esteja o mesmo talento que ele teve na nossa categoria. Ele é um cara que sempre foi muito respeitoso, então eu também tenho todo o respeito do mundo. Mas vai ser uma grande luta.
Jack LaMellan is a tough fighter, great fighter, moves around a lot, has great firepower, and also, he just get the body shots. He actually, he gets, like we like to say in shooter box, he just kind of chumps it a bit, and eats from the sides, and in bits. He'll get you in bits and pieces. So he's a very good fighter, and also Islam. I mean, I wish him all the best. But he may take a little while to adapt to a new division, but he's been nothing but respectful to me since when we're in the same division, so I wish him nothing but the best of all. All I know is going to be a great fight.
Charles, back here.
Hola, Charles. Buenas. Durante mucho tiempo, Islam Makhachev fue el objetivo y estuvo en tu cabeza durante mucho tiempo. Me gustaría saber si sigue estando en tu cabeza y planeas en un futuro hacer una revancha contra él, incluso si estarías dispuesto a subir de división para enfrentarlo.
For a long time, Islam Makhachev was your objective and your goal, and then obviously things change. I would like to know, is he still in your radar? Do you still think of him? Would you consider going up a weight division to chase him?
Não, eu não penso nisso. Estou focado completamente na nossa divisão. Eu não estou focado no Isla, nem em ninguém. Eu estava focado em um título e é isso que eu estou focado ainda. Quero se tornar campeão dessa divisão e eu não penso, não tenho nenhuma vontade de subir de categoria agora nesse momento.
No, never. I was not thinking about Islam. I wasn't chasing Islam. I was thinking about the one thing that I wanted is to be a champion and to fight for the belt, and that's what I wanted. I am not thinking about that, and I haven't given a thought about moving up a weight division.
Bom dia, Charles. Aqui. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Tem havido muito entusiasmo e muitas declarações sobre a próxima luta. Muitas pessoas apontam Ilia Topuria como favorito. Acha que está a ser subestimado? E se for o caso, como linda como facto de ser considerado o underdog?
A lot of people, obviously, for everything that you've done and all your legacy and all your history, a lot of people still have Ilia Topuria as a favorite. Do you feel like an underdog? Do you feel that once again they're underestimating you?
De verdade, sobre isso que eu estou falando o tempo inteiro. Eu não ligo porque as pessoas acham, deixam de achar. Essa é real. Vai ser uma grande luta, eu estou pronto para ela. Eu não tenho medo de nada. Eu vou fazer acontecer mais uma vez.
As I said before, I don't really care what people think, or I don't give much thought to what people say or what they don't say. I'm worried about myself only, and I'm going to make it happen.
Além disso, Charles, se conseguir recuperar o cinturão, será a primeira vez na história que o lutador o reconquista após tê-lo perdido na categoria de peso leve. Isso representa uma motivação extra para si?
And if you actually win again, and you regain that belt, it will be the first time that belt gets regained in the lightweight division. Does that add another level of motivation?
Sim, com certeza. Quando você fala sobre legado, isso é algo gigante. Poder vencer de um cara invicto, poder vencer algo que ninguém foi feito de novo. Então, por isso que eu estou aqui.
For sure, that's another thing. Just it's adding against beating a young guy who's undefeated. To do something that no one has ever done before. It's for the legacy. That's why I'm here.
Muito obrigado.
Charles, you mentioned a lot of the mental edges in terms of legacy and history, hunger and thirst, a lot of things coming into the octagon. Can you mention contrasting styles or what he does or doesn't do that can't match what you can do, or in terms of what you prepared for?
Você já falou muitas vezes da vantagem mental, da preparação, daquilo que se traz para dentro do octógono. Não, em termos de estilo, eu gostaria de saber uma coisa. Tem algo que você fala assim, olha, o Ilia pode até fazer bem isso, mas tem coisas que ele nunca viu e não consegue fazer no nível que eu faço.
Na realidade, sendo bem verdadeiro, é que ninguém nem nada nessa vida vai me bater mais do que a vida já me bateu. Então, por isso que esses caras falam, que esses caras pensam que vão deixar de fazer, para mim não faz diferença nenhuma.
In reality, it doesn't matter how hard someone hits me or they bring to the table. No one's ever gonna hit me harder than life has hit me. So what people say, what people do, and what people can do against me, it really doesn't matter.
Oi, Charles. Bom dia. Dayana, da revista Tatame. Tudo bem? Charles, 4 anos após, você tem a chance de reconquistar o cinturão dos leves do UFC. O que mudou dentro de você desde o primeiro título até agora? E qual o recado que você deixaria para as pessoas que estão falando que o Topuria tem mais técnica, mais perigoso?
For 4 years after you got your title, you have a chance to get that belt back again. What changed between that fighter that was going for the title for the first time and now to gain that belt back? And what would you say to people that are saying, Ilia is an up-and-comer, and they consider Ilia to be better than you?
Na realidade, o que mudou? A experiência, o quanto que eu cresci, sabe? O quanto que eu evoluí no meu jogo, mas a sede continua a mesma, o espírito continua o mesmo, a vontade e o desejo de se tornar campeão continua o mesmo. E para quem fala que não vai ser possível, Pro cara que tem fé como eu, que a minha fé é do tamanho do grão de mostarda, não importa como que vai ser, eu faço acontecer, a gente vai se tornar campeão de novo. Esse sábado de novo, esse cinturão volta para o lugar onde ele nunca deveria ter saído. Escuta bem o que eu estou te dizendo. Eu estou pronto para isso, eu estou pronto para esse show. Não importa o que vai acontecer lá dentro. Se ele tem poder de fogo nas mãos, ele nunca viu a minha mão. Se ele pensa que ele tem jiu-jitsu, ele nunca viu meu jiu-jitsu. Eu nunca tive tão pronto como o dia de hoje.
Is the experience, is the growth, is the evolution. I just have gotten better. It's having the thirst, it's having the hunger, it's continuing to dream and wanting this, and that has changed, it's just gotten better and better and better. And for all those people that say this, continue to say it. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to stop. And you can say whatever you want to say. I'm going to continue to have the hunger, and I have the faith. And I have faith. I think it depends on the grain of faith. I have faith that that's going to happen. If he thinks he's got firepower, he hasn't seen my firepower. If he thinks he's got jiu-jitsu, he has not seen my jiu-jitsu. Let me tell you something. Things are going to happen. I'm going to become a champion again.
Kai, front right here. Yeah. Obviously, it's been a while since we last saw you in here. I think you famously said they're giving the title shot to the wrong Kai when you won in Perth. So I guess, how's life been since then, and how long have you known this fight was happening? Because I think a lot of us assumed you would probably be on the Miami card, but instead you're fighting here on International Fight Week.
Yeah, kia ora. Awesome to be back here in Las Vegas. I guess waiting patiently has paid off. When the UFC kind of said, you're not on that Miami card, we're going to push it back. I had a feeling that something bigger was happening, and awesome to be here International Fight Week and to get rewarded, for my hard work and everything that we're doing in this division. Me and Pantoja are co-headlining one of the biggest cards of the year because they know we can deliver for the fans, and we're going to go after it. We're going to scrap, nothing but respect to Pantoja, but I want to take his head off, and I'm not leaving Vegas without that belt.
I'm sure you heard the rumblings of them re-signing Kyoji Horiguchi. Was any part of you just like, oh no, this is going to happen again? Like they're going to give my title shot to someone else?
I can't control any of that. I can only focus on myself. And what I've been doing since, taking, not fighting is just getting better. I've stayed in the gym since pretty much the end of last year. When they gave that title shot to Kaya Sakura, I thought, okay, I'm surely going to be the next guy. I even DM'd Pantoja after the fight and saying, bro, you know who's next. Let's do it. And then, he's a man of his word. He said, yep, I want to do it. I want to test myself against the best guys. And, me beating Steve Ercik in the first round just put me at the top of the list every time you had a conversation of who's the next guy. I'm a fresh matchup. I've got a skill set that will give Pantoja problems. And we fought 9 years ago. I was a boy back then. Now I'm a man. I know what I'm fighting for. I've got a whānau and a family to provide for. And I'm in a great place mentally, spiritually, and physically coming into my career best.
And you've been doing this for a long time. You know, fans of the media like to latch on to those storylines. And like you said, it was 9 years ago. But when you fought him back then, did you think he would reach this level? Did you see him as a future UFC champion when you fought all the way back on The Ultimate Fighter?
Well, he was the number one pick.
Yeah.
The number one seed. And me on that Ultimate Fighter season 24, I was the only one to get a knockout on that show. And when I got that knockout on my first fight, that's when I fought Pantoja, the number one guy. So I knew that, this guy's going to be around for years. And there's no surprise that he became a world champion. You know, he's so well-rounded. But his biggest strength is he's so tough and durable. He doesn't mind getting hit. Like, he loves it. And when you think he's tired and you think you can get him out, he goes even harder and ends up, hurting you. So, we're prepared very well for Pantoja. Already fighting him once before. It was a 2-round fight. It's only an exhibition fight. You can't really compare that 9 years ago to now. So, I'm excited. I wasn't training out of city kickboxing back then either. I was training out of Thailand. And then after that fight, after the Ultimate Fighter, that's when I went back to my hometown in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and started training under Eugene. So I feel like that's all the difference. Definitely did what I needed to when I was in Thailand and got me to a certain level. But when I came back home, that's when you saw the evolution of my game.
To kind of go off of that, you've been in these big camps before, but a lot of your teammates have also been fighting around the same time, and maybe your coach has to split time and everything. So I guess what's camp been like now that it seems like all the focus can be on you to prepare for an undisputed title fight?
Yeah, that's what I talked about with the commentators. It's been awesome being selfish and having all this attention from my coaches and my teammates because they can get the best out of me. There's nowhere to hide. I'm the person in the middle. I'm the guy getting ready for this title fight. So, I've got a great team at City Kickboxing. So much love for my coaches and my teammates that push me daily, and I've just helped myself since the start of this year, just grinding. I coach a rugby league team for wrestling, and they had a game here in Vegas earlier this year, and I didn't come because I knew I've got my own belt to win, and I just wanted to give my best chance, and that was just grinding, and that's why I feel like well prepared for this. I put myself in every bad position. I've had to fight my way out of it, and this dream, I've been fighting for 15 years now. Professionally, when I first made my debut, I was 17, and now I'm 32, coming into my prime, and I'm coming into my career best. So with all that experience, the highs and the lows, the setbacks, the learning curves, I'm still here fighting, and I clawed my way back to a title shot. So I'm excited for the challenge. Nothing but respect to Pantoja, but I'm not leaving Vegas without that belt.
And in another interview, I heard you say something. I think the phrase was like you sometimes watch your own work when you're fighting. Like you'll land a big shot, and you might. I was going to say like what exactly did you mean by that? But also like Pantoja seems like a guy you can't do that to because even if you land flush, he's probably going to keep coming forward. So I guess what's it like preparing for someone like that?
Yeah, when I said that, it's just I believe in my power, my knockout power so much that sometimes when I fight guys, it only takes 1 or 2 shots and you've found that kill shot. But Pantoja, I know you're going to have to land at least 10 to 20 kill shots to get him out, and we're prepared for that. We're ready for the fire. I'm not taking a back step. I want to meet him in the middle, and I want to showcase all my skills and let him know that, you can't hurt me. I'm right in the middle, and I'm going to stay in his face. So even if he wants to get me to the ground, I've got the best takedown defense in this flyweight division. I've shown it time and time again against these grapplers, these wrestlers, these Klingons. The fans want to see knockouts, so that's what I deliver.
Just last one for me. We've been interviewing you for a long time. We've seen your culture and your Maori everything. In the countdown, I think there's obviously since in the last few years, there's been a lot of new MMA fans that might not have seen that side of you. So, I guess what's been, the reception or the feedback you've gotten from like American fans and international fans that may not like recognize that part of your life now that it's in the spotlight?
Yeah, it's just been a big part of, I want to put the spotlight on my culture, me being of Māori heritage and my people, and especially in Aotearoa, New Zealand. That's what makes us special. That's what makes us unique. And, I want to carry that with me when I go into the octagon and the UFC, and not just educate, but let everyone know where I come from, that I'm proud of who I am and what I represent. And like I said to DC when he asked me, how do you have all these knockouts on your record? And it is because I'm Māori. That's my superpower. And that's just me speaking my truth. And come Saturday night, I'll be representing our country, making everyone proud. And just know when I'm making that walkout, I'm representing all of us.
Just over here. This will be Pantoja's 4th title defense. How do you think you compare to some of the contenders that he's fought before?
Yeah, so stylistically, it's a great matchup. You know, he's tough. He's going to come forward, and I think he's going to be stubborn. Where he's going to strike. He's not just going to try and go for a takedown and get me to the ground. He's that kind of fighter. He's going to get even and I guess prove a point. And I love that about him. But it's going to get him hurt, and he's going to walk into a kill shot. And yeah, I'm just ready for a fight. I'm ready for a dogfight for 5 rounds, and wherever this fight goes. Yeah, I welcome it.
And he's never been finished. You say you want to take his head off. What kind of openings have you seen?
When he gets tired, that's openings when I see him getting a bit sloppy. Maybe hands get dropped a little bit, and just yeah, whenever the fight is going through those scrambles and those in between exchanges, I want to capitalize on it. But yeah, I'm just ready for the challenge, and you know, I've got 12 knockouts on my record. You know, he's calling me the Mike Tyson of the flyweight division. I'm the first Kai Kara France of the flyweight division, so that's the name I'm living up to.
And then last one from me, obviously, co-main event on a big card this weekend. What's your prediction for the main event? Yeah, awesome to be co-main. You know, I guess setting the stage. I told Ilia last night when I saw him at the UFC PI, I said, hey, bro, we'll set the party off and you guys can finish it. You know, I love Charles Oliveira. He's the people's champ. But, you know, it's Brazil versus us. You know, we're taking on these guys. And yeah, it's just exciting. So I feel like my heart says Charles, but my head says Ilia. You know, he's got one of the best boxing styles in the UFC. You know, pound for pound, one of the hardest hitting fighters in the UFC. So, yeah, I can't really pick, but yeah, there's your answer.
Kai back here. Kai, you did an interview talking about growing up as a kid, that you were bullied and the emotional struggles with that. What would young Kai Kara France think of the man up here today about to challenge for the world title?
Yeah, just that young, vulnerable, helpless kid that was getting picked on for being the smallest in this class. Just proud of how far you've come, not just as a fighter, but as a man. And yeah, just, you know, look where we are, fight capital of the world. 15 years I've been fighting, and I was born to do this. So yeah, just proud to know that, you know, if you are going through anything that's, you know, adversity or struggling, it builds resilience. It builds character. And my whole fight career has been like that. I've had to fight for this. And it hasn't been smooth sailing. I've had to pick myself up time and time again, but I've always come back from losses. And yeah, here we are now, about to make history. You know, so many things I've done in my career, but I haven't ticked this off being the first flyweight Māori world champion. So that's what I'll be doing Saturday night.
Maybe not every young person will grow up to be a professional fighter at the highest level, but would you have any advice to any young person maybe going through it like you were once upon a time?
Yeah, 100%. To our rangatahi, our young people that are navigating, you know, challenges in their life, just figure out why you're doing something. You know, and it doesn't need to be fighting. It could be whatever passion that is. Figure out why you're doing it. And when things get tough and times get hard, you'll go back on that why, and that will pull you through. So yeah, figure out that why, and you'll have a clear path of where you want to be and where you want to go.
Final question. Obviously a longtime teammate and friend of Israel Adesanya, going into the Hall of Fame for his war with Kelvin Gastelum. Can you go back? Do you remember what it was like as his friend and teammate watching that battle play out, and obviously went into the history books as one of the most epic middleweight fights of all time?
Yeah, it's been awesome, you know, seeing Izzy's career blossom and the legend that he is, one of the GOATs in the UFC and in the sport. Privileged and honored to be, you know, a friend of his and yeah, just see everything that goes into being a world champion. You know, there's so much hard work that goes into it. So when he fought Gaslam, I remember watching it and just being proud. You know, I knew that he wasn't walking away off. He wasn't leaving without that belt, and you know, Kelvin Gaslam's a warrior in himself, and yeah, for those guys to just leave it in the ring and in the octagon and give the fans one of the best fights ever. Yeah, it just cemented Izzy's legacy as one of the best, and yeah, just proud of him.
Thank you.
Kia ora kai, ke konei.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. First of all, mihi atu ki a koe. I feel like you're here at International Fight Week fighting for a title and you haven't only brought yourself to compete, you've brought people like myself from New Zealand here with you, so nā mihi ki a koe mō tērā. There was a comment earlier about taha Māori and how you've showcased your culture on the world stage and educating somewhat fans on what that culture is to you. I just wanted to ask you though, as a Māori who has really amplified this camp, who he is and where he is from, how much that mana and kaha has really helped you in this fight camp for a title fight.
Yeah, this fight's bigger than me. That's what I've channeled this whole camp. And when they asked, what do you want to do for the countdown? You know, I'd already been a part of a kapahaka group, Te Poho o Hine Kahikura, under Jeff and Neti. And, you know, before I had this title fight, I was training just to be around that knowledge, to be around my Māoritanga and to be immersed in ancient protocols that our tupuna would have done going into battle, but also just to be around that. And it's really strengthened my connection, you know, to the whenua, to the land, and just, yeah, everything that embodies me. Before I'm a UFC fighter, I'm myself, I'm kaiwhare, and I'm Māori. So, yeah, this camp's been a lot different. So when the countdown asked, what do we want to do? You know, I still retain that haka that we learned for Te Matatini with the ropu, and I said, this will be my Te Matatini stage, doing it in the cage. And to have all my ropu there, all the tāne, all the men beside me, just showing our culture on this world stage and giving us the spotlight and the platform to do it the right way and do it authentically. And yeah, it worked out perfectly. You know, I had tears in my eyes after I did that first haka, because I knew my tupuna would be very proud of how far I've come, not just as a fighter, but as a tāne, as a man, and I'm proud of where I come from. So I wanted to showcase that for this fight, especially for being a world title, such a special moment. And yeah, it's been awesome to just feed off that Māori, that life source, and give it everything. And I'm just here, you know, I can't be anyone but myself, and I'm not speaking to the world. I'm speaking to my people, and that's all. That's the only voice that I'm trying to reach, because yeah, it's important. It's important to be proud of where you come from and just be unapologetically Māori, and especially in the day and age that we're living in, especially in Aotearoa, with everything going on. There's no better time to stand on your mana and embrace it.
Mauri ora, bro.
Mauri ora.
Kia ora kai, tuatahi ake me mihi ki a koe, e noho nei hei kai whakakanohi i te iwi Māori i a Aotearoa. Ko tahi anake taku pātai ki a koe, kua ara rānei te mata hi taua.
Ko ara te mata hi taua.
Kia ora, bro.
Mauri ora. Cheers.
Pay in front, right here. What's up, man? You know, we spoke yesterday, and you said something that you would want to change about your job is, you know, having more control over people who say, you know, yes or no to fighting you. And, you know, your opponent was just in here like about an hour ago, and he's saying that no one wanted to fight him, no one wants to fight you. So that's what we're doing right now. So, in your interpretation, is that also what's happening when they booked this fight?
Yeah, I don't think they originally wanted to match make us, but I'm not over here saying that everyone's scared of me. You know, everybody's hurt. There's logistics and everything, but yeah, if I could have control over when I fight, what date, who it is, and just have it be super certain, then that would be a perfect world. But I'm happy to fight this guy. This is a tough fight for me, and that's what I'm here to do. So.
It's also not every fight card, especially on big ones, that the UFC matches up like two people that they could see as, you know, future contenders down the road. Maybe they want to save that for when you're both in the top 10, top 5. So I know you both are happy to fight each other. He said the same thing, but were you surprised that you guys are fighting now, or was it just like no one else is fighting, we should just do this?
Not really. I mean, it's fighting. This isn't like the building the star business. So I'm not surprised at all. And if we're both doing our job well the next year or two, maybe we'll meet up again. So, yeah.
How early or how far back did you get this fight? Because he said, you know, he was originally pairing for Jonathan Martinez. He got hurt and fell out. Yeah. Then I think your fight was the last one they announced and was relatively recent. So I guess how far back did you have this fight?
I got his name like 2.5 weeks ago. And that was I had anticipated being on this card, but at that point, I kind of was like, I'm probably not going to fight. I haven't heard anything. They haven't found anyone. So I was pretty much in camp. And then I got his name, 2.5 weeks ago.
So when you go watch his fights and his previous, you know, everything he's done, what do you make of his skill set? And like you said, you like this opponent, but do you like what he brings to the table for you?
Yeah, I think it'll just be a good fight, like back and forth. I think we're both going to show up to bang, and I think he's legit, durable, super well-rounded. So I think it's a really good opportunity to show what I can do as well with a high-level opponent. So,
Payton, were you surprised at like how much vitriol and hate went your way after your loss
no.
in January? No.
No, not at all.
How come?
I've always said, like, people, if not by the end of the career, they're going to eventually hate me. So
it's just kind of crazy because, like, it's not like you were out saying, like, I'm the best fighter ever. It's just like you had a lot of attention on you, and then everybody just was like, fraud check, fraud. Was that surprising in the least?
No. I mean, people are just fickle. Like, and then especially online, our memories are like goldfish, you know. It was kind of over with like 3 weeks after it even happened, but no, yeah, I wasn't surprised.
How soon did you get over the loss?
I'm still not over the loss. I don't think I ever will be over that. Yeah, I took that to heart. That's like, you know, it's a loss, but the ref isn't in there, and you're on the street with somebody like that, and like your life could be ended. Like, it's deep, man. So I take that to heart, and that's been my motivating factor every time I've been to the gym.
Was there any big lessons that you took from that fight that you could share?
Yeah, just be a more well-rounded fighter. Yeah.
Are you letting the hair grow back out big, or is just kind of just going with it?
I am right now. It's longer, yeah. We'll see.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Payton, I know you mentioned there the people having goldfish memory, but I think the UFC, even regardless of you coming off a loss, still sees you as a potential future star in this sport. Obviously, putting you on International Fight Week seemed like they were just determined to put you on this card. So, I guess how does that make you feel from a promotional standpoint?
I mean, it's nice. Like, at the end of the day, like, the important thing is to just, like, you know, get in these dog fights and try to come out on top. But still being able to be offered that kind of an opportunity is nice. Yeah, it's just like opportunity to overcome adversity. So,
Given that goldfish memory we just talked about, do you think come Saturday night when you make the walk, the arena will be cheering for you all over again?
I don't know. Maybe, like, yeah, I'm sure there will be some cheers. I don't really know how it's gonna feel. Yeah.
Last one outside of what was harder, the Barcelos fight or the Ryan Hammers fight?
Probably the Ryan Hammers fight. That was like over before it started. So, yeah.
Payton over here. Payton, did you notice a big boost in your profile and just attention after appearing in the Frankish Ocean video? And what was that like?
Wait, appearing in
the music video?
Oh, yeah, that wasn't a music video.
Oh, well, appearing on his just profile.
Did I notice like more attention?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was that like? Just a lot of people just, it's a crossover we just don't see that often at this stage, which starts from the UFC to more mainstream and other stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you know when you go to like a zoo and you see like a polar bear like inside of a zoo? That's probably like how the polar bear feels, just a bunch of people staring at you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you tell Frank to drop soon?
To drop what?
More music?
Nah, that's his decision.
Hey, Payton, over here. With your background in psychology and neuroscience, how do you use that to stay calm and perform your best during fight week?
I think it just goes into like preparation. I don't know if psychology plays too much of a role into like the actual fight week, but I think just staying present and your ability to like recognize negative thinking patterns. But I think at the end of the day, a lot of it just stems from like insecurity within your own training camp. And if you're doing those little things and you're leaving no stone unturned, then that's what gives you the confidence on your fight week. So I think a lot of that is done before fight week. Like this week, it's just like time continues to pass, like no matter how I feel about it. And you know, whatever the emotions are, you still have to do the same task. So. It's already been done. I mean, I just have to show up on Saturday and just be me and fight how I am. But all the work's already been done. It's just been, you know, getting back to what's important in training, getting on top of strength and conditioning, and just like countless hours of drilling some of those holes. No, there were some adjustments for sure. Yeah, like it's just like changing your style a little bit. Like every time you fight an opponent, it's a little bit different of a fight. So yeah, definitely some adjustments and correcting some things that I saw were going to be a problem for me long term if I kept fighting the way I was fighting. Yeah.
UFC is getting behind you a lot more now. You know, you headlined the pay-per-view at the end of the year, your co-main event of IFW, you headlined in Rio. It seems like when they need these fights for these big cards, you're one of the guys that they seem to call. So are you feeling the UFC machine behind you more?
I really appreciate everything UFC do it for me, for my family. I love to fight in this octagon, you know. That's always, I feel like that's a huge opportunity, you know. I fight in the best octagon ever in the world. 1,000 people watch me, millions of people watch me from TV. I love it, man. I really appreciate, and that's so cool, you know. I'm fighting all my life, brother. My first fight, I have 17, and now 35, still fighting in high level. Show all the world my skills, you know. That's why I'm start to fight, you know. I want to show everybody my art, you know. That's so crazy because I'm not like a huge fan of the social media and everything, but I love to people watching me fighting, you know. That's what I do. Like when I go to the octagon, that's when you see the cannibal, the Pantoja, you know. But when I'm not the octagon, I'm a regular man, regular guy. But the opportunity to go to the octagon and feel freedom, that's what I like to say. When I go to the octagon, UFC, I feel freedom. I can do whatever I want to kill my opponent, you know. That's why I go to the UFC. That's why people pay me. People pay me to see what I can do to finish my opponent. I love that situation. I don't know if you have another sport like that, you know. You need to use all your skills to beat your opponent, you know, and feel freedom to do that, you know. That's why people love UFC MMA.
You know, you've been doing this for a long time. Media and fans, they like to attach a storyline to these fights, and everyone keeps pointing to, you know, your fight against him on The Ultimate Fighter. And Kai was in here, and he's like, that was 9 years ago. I didn't know how to cut weight then. I'm in a different camp now. But he did admit, you know, when we fought, you were the #1 seed. He always kind of assumed you would be fighting for the title in the future. When you fought Kai all those years ago, did you see him making it all the way to the UFC title fight?
He's so good, you know. He has this crazy power in his hand, you know. He can knock out all the humans in the universe, and that's a special gift he have, you know. God give to him a special gift, give you a lot of power in his hands, you know. He have a very good takedown defense and high level fighter. I like to say I have the opportunity to fight with the best fighters of the world. I fight with a real Mexican Moreno. I fight with a Royval. I fight with a guy from Australia. Now I fight with a Japanese samurai, and now I have a Maori warrior. You know, that's super cool, brother. I have this opportunity to fight with someone so far from Brazil, you know, and I really appreciate that. And you have that in my division, you know. You have all the countries. That's the real championship world, you know. You have all the countries in my division. If you see the top 10, you don't see like 2-3 countries of the same place, you know. You have a guy from Africa, you have a guy from Asia, you have a guy from Brazil, America do Norte. I really appreciate everything, man.
Is it true you guys were messaging each other
Yeah,
to figure this fight out?
After I fight with Sakura, he sent me a message on Instagram, and he say, I'm the next, yeah, Pantoja. And I say, I hope so, brother. Kai Kara-France is a real good guy, you know. He's super humble. It's like, and I say to him, he look more dangerous right now because he have a family. When I fight with him the first time, he don't have family, he don't have kids. And right now he have a kids, he have a family. And that's making him more dangerous, you know. And I know that because I have my family to fight. I have my family to feed, you know. And that's good advice for myself, you know. I know when the octagon's locked, Kai Kara-France don't fight for just him anymore, you know. He fight for his family.
And then just last one for me. What do you make of, I know you're not looking past Kai, but there's like the flyweight division is kind of on fire right now. Like Kyoji's coming back. Brandon just had the big win. Josh Van is fighting on back-to-back pay-per-views. So what do you just make of your division and what lies ahead of you after Saturday?
I'm super excited with that. You know, people say, hey, you need to move on to bantamweight. No way, man. We have so entertainment fights here. Josh Van, that's crazy. I say the guy is like he grabbed the gold ticket from the Willy Wonka fabric, you know, he had the ticket, man. That's super crazy. If he passed for a Royval, he's the next on the line, you know. And of course you have Kyoji, you have some good names. Manel Cap's there. I feel bad to Manel Cap. All the time he close to the belt, something happened, you know. I know he's a very good fighter. He has a lot of skills. I hope fight with him in the future because he's good. I want to fight with the best guys of the world, you know. That's why I like it. And that's it, man. Flyweight. And last year, 2024, I think is the best year for flyweight, you know. And people start to appreciate much more that division, you know. Now you can say 10 names, 50 names from the flyweight division, you know. And that's so nice. I'm the champ of that, and I can appreciate all that. All the fights I see from my division, guys call my name, and I give the hope for everybody because I don't like to look cocky and say that, but I'm clean my division, man. I fight with everybody before they get the belt. And now everybody think he have a chance to fight, you know. Everybody have hope. Hey, maybe I'm next. Maybe I fight with the guy number top 10, Shaggy. The guys bring me a Sakura. Now you have Kaikara France. You know, now Josh Van coming, Kyoji Riguchi. That's super nice. Thank you.
Alex, over here. You mentioned how there's more fights for you at flyweight, but it seems like a lot of fans do want to see the fight with you and Merab at some point. Have you noticed that as well from your fans, that they do want to see you move up and challenge for the bantamweight title?
Maybe create a BMF for light guys, you know. I don't know, man. I have a huge respect to Merab. When O'Malley say he stopped to smoking, stopped to do a lot of crazy things to fight with Merab, man, doesn't matter, man. Merab is a warrior, man. He passed through for everything, like myself, you know, and I have a huge respect about that. I think never O'Malley can beat Merab, you know. And that's so crazy. He thinks he can make difference, and Merab make difference. He submission him, you know. But of course, I want to fight with the best fighters of the world, you know. If I have opportunity to fight with Merab, of course, I'm accept, you know. But it's not something I really look for, you know. I have my division. I'm super excited with that division, you know. A couple names, new names coming. Josh Van is a nice surprise to everybody, you know. He fights so good. He make a very good fight with the Bruno Bulldog. And maybe he's a next challenger for me.
Yeah, and just quickly, like thinking about Merab and a potential matchup with the two of you, how do you feel like your style matches up against his, especially with your cardio? You've gone 5 rounds a number of times. Like, how fun of a matchup would that be?
You know, I'm learning a lot, you know. I'm learning a lot with my losses. And then that's making me a better fighter. In my in the America Top 10, I have very good bantamweights in my in America Top 10. And I can make a very good training camp for him, you know. But, of course, to go to 135, I need to get more pounds and everything. And I don't look for that right now. I have my division to protect, to defend. And I love to watch my division fight, you know, super entertainment fights, best cardio in the UFC. In that division, you need to be good in all the situations, striking, grappler. And I love to fight in flyweight division.
And just last one for me, who do you think wins that fight with Brandon Royval and Joshua Van? I know you're really praising Van here. You fought Royval. How do you see that fight playing out on Saturday?
That's a very interesting fight, you know. People maybe don't know. Royval have amazing skills in striking too, you know. And Josh is like, I don't know if he have like a challenge, opportunity to fight with the #1 contender, you know. And I really appreciate to watch that fight. Of course, when the fights happen, I'm the locker room, maybe make my warm up. And I don't know, man. Both guys have super chance. Josh Van show amazing takedown defense with everybody. and maybe you're gonna see a different fight. Maybe Brandon Royval need to make a stand up with Josh Van. I don't can appoint anyone. I just appreciate to watch one fight like that.
Over here, champ, your longtime teammate Dustin Poirier, he retires next month. What's your best memory with Dustin Poirier?
Man, I think in the gym, see he's working. I really appreciate because he training so hard for that fight right now. It's like he have people say last dance. I don't like to feel that last dance and that, but he training a lot right now. I make my camp and he trained before me. He in the gym for like 2 months, 3 months. I never see Dustin train like that for one fight. And I know 100% that's going to be the best version from Dustin Poirier. Maybe he think it's different to retire. Maybe after that fight, he on fire, man. And see he training. We live close to the Coconut Creek in Florida. And I drive my car to go to my house, and I see Dustin running like a crazy, in the street, And I appreciate to have teammates like him in my gym.
That's a legend. And one more question about another legend. You and Jose Aldo, you both won together at UFC 301. What did you make of his retirement?
Man, what I can say is after he retired, I see he posts on Instagram, he go play soccer, go do it wherever he want. And then I realized that's super cool. The guys, he's come from the poor city in Manaus, Brazil, and now he got the top of the world. He got some $1 million, and now he retired. He can do whatever he wants. That's super cool to imagine. Because I don't fight. Of course, when I go to the octagon's locked. I fight to myself. That's what I do. That's my job, and I love to do that. But behind that, you have so much responsibility. You need to wake up every day, not just because yourself. You need to go training because you have your family, your teammates, your coaches, and everybody expect that about you. So much responsibility, and then when you retire, man, you can do whatever you want. I feel that's so amazing. And see Aldo enjoy his life right now. He can do whatever he wants. He go to Disney. He go play soccer. That's amazing.
Aquí, Alexandre, podemos hablar portuñol un momentico. Tú hablabas de 35 años de pelear con tu familia, viendo tu carrera, tu vida, aquel joven que hasta hizo Uber en el sur de Florida. ¿Cómo lo ves tú? ¿Cómo lo vives? ¿Cómo lo sientes ahora que eres campeón coestelar, un gran evento, UFC X? ¿Cómo lo vives?
Proud, Tenho muito orgulho de tudo que fiz. Tenho muito orgulho de aonde eu cheguei. Eu acho que a maior palavra que eu posso falar, eu tenho muito orgulho de olhar no espelho e ver o homem que eu me tornei, ver o pai de família que eu sou, pai do Cauã e do Nicolas. Todo o sacrifício que eu tive que fazer, eu fiquei longe da minha família por muito tempo. E ver hoje que minha família acabou de chegar aqui, meus filhos, minha esposa, estão lá no quarto me esperando. Então, é inimaginável. Eu ainda acordo todo dia e me espanto em ver que eu sou campeão do UFC, sabe? Parece que é algo novo sempre para mim. E só que, em paralelo a isso, eu quero muito mais, cara. Eu acho que eu tenho uma vontade dentro de mim, sabe, insensável. Eu venho de uma cidade muito bonita chamada Arraial do Cabo, onde a gente tem um pôr do sol mais lindo do mundo. E eu nem lembro a última vez que eu vi um pôr do sol, porque eu estou trabalhando muito duro para conquistar as coisas que eu tenho hoje e as coisas que eu quero conquistar ainda no futuro. Então, eu tenho muito orgulho de mim.
E a pelea principal, Oliveira, Topuria, Oliveira, como la ves?
Topuria é um dos meus lutadores favoritos. Mas Charles é um ícone para o Brasil, é um cara que eu admiro muito, tudo que ele fez, a trajetória dele, o que ele representa para o Brasil. Então, eu tenho certeza, sem sombra de dúvida, que o Charles vai levantar esse cinturão no sábado.
Muchas gracias.
Pantoja, just here, I think you may have said it there, but How do you think Charles does against Ilia Topuria?
Yeah, just say Topuria is one of my favorite fighters. I think I don't say that for a lot of people, but when I see Topuria, I think 2 years ago, I say, man, you crazy, man. Like I'm a big fan. And now see him fight with Charles. Charles is a legend in Brazil. He's an icon from everybody in Brazil to how to you win your life. You come from favela in Brazil, come the hood with a poor place, and then he not just changed his life, he changed the life of his community, his circle, and I see Charles can finish that fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, champ. The next day after the fight, your team Flamengo is playing Bayern Munich in Miami. So will you be in time for that game? And what's your prediction on the winner of the World Cup?
Yeah, that's super nice. Have Flamengo player in the Mundial soccer. I love to watch. I watch all the games. My wife and I give to my father-in-law tickets to go to the game because we can make it. And that's a birthday present for him and his wife, my mother-in-law. And man, if Flamengo go to the finals, I go follow Flamengo in the finals. I think we have a very good team to that competition, and we can win the game. I support Flamengo. Maybe 2-1, maybe 2-0. Flamengo have a very good team. That's super nice. I don't know if everybody know about soccer, but that's nice seeing that competition, Europe's teams, billionaire teams, play with small teams in Brazil, and Brazil still won. We won all the games. Super nice, and I'm with Flamengo. Let's go.
Obrigado. Good luck.
Thank you.
Pantoja, I was wondering, with the UFC bringing in Kyoji Horiguchi, it feels like, Pantoja's beaten so many guys, we want to make an effort to bring in more flyweights for him. But is it awkward? Because obviously he's also an American top team guy. Have you guys talked about this at the gym?
Kyoji helped me to get this belt. If I don't have Kyoji Horiguchi, I don't know if I can go to this high level. Kyoji me push every day, man. If I have a bad day, Kyoji gonna beat me in the gym, and I really appreciate have a guy like him. And I really hope hold this belt and wait Kyoji Horiguchi, because when I train with him in the gym, I not can hurt him. But in the octagon, when it's real, I'm gonna hurt him so bad.
I did also want to ask, what is the mood like at ATT? Obviously, you've been the champion there for a minute, but now the team has 2 belts with Kayla Harrison winning. Just wondering, what's that like, the energy at the gym right now?
Man, if you go to America Top Team, if you step in that gym, you can smell the victory, You smell all the sacrifice. We have 100 professional fights every day in the gym. See Kayla Harrison take this belt, man. That's so good, She trains so hard. She's such an inspiration for everyone, And yeah, man, you have a best gym of the world. That's super cool. You train with these high-level partners. And I say in my gym, man, everybody's so obsessed to the success, Everybody trains so hard every day. That's crazy, man. And that situation, everybody's obsessed all the time, You see guys training 3 to 4 times every day. In the same situation, you have Kayla Harrison, you have Pantoja, you have guys like Victor Diaz, one of my teammates. He followed his dream. He go to the gym. He's one of more training in the gym, and after the training he go working. He teaches jiu-jitsu class. He working another job and back to the gym to training. You have all inspiration, You have Kayla Harrison doing sacrifice, and you have this guy Victor Diaz training every day and working. That's a lot, man. I really appreciate have a part of the team. I just say all the time I see the guy Dan Lambert, and I think everybody like MMA needs be grateful to have Dan Lambert, and everything he does for with America Top Team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, Brandon, front right here. What's up, man? Obviously, you know, this is the second time you were supposed to fight Beneil. Now, the second time it's not actually happening. But I feel like this is one of those rare occasions that maybe fans are a little more excited for your new opponent, Josh Van, just based on what he's brought to the table, not outside of the octagon, but what he's done in the octagon. So I'm curious, have you felt that at all, just the more interest in this fight?
Yeah, we got boosted up to the main card because Joshua Van. So yeah, I would say that's a huge deal of what he's done, and I think he brings exciting. Like, I hate like being a fan of the sport when you fight somebody, but it's like, bro, like 3 weeks ago was Joshua Van's fight week. I mean, the boys were ready to watch, you know. So it's like, you know, it's like I gotta go fight him, and now I gotta be a part of it. But yeah, I think everything he's done, like, I'm a fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited to watch it. not, you know, whatever.
How, I guess, frustrating has it been? Because I feel like every interview you do, it's like, oh, you're taller and you're longer and all this kind of stuff. Like, it just seems kind of monotonous with Josh, maybe because medias are trying to create a storyline rather than just like, you know, this guy's a really exciting fighter and these guys are going to bring it.
Yeah. So wait, what are you saying, that the storyline being that I'm taller or whatever?
Like, you're just like the bigger, more experienced guy rather than like this is going to be an exciting fight.
Well, also it's just like the amount of fights that he's popped off within the years. Like, I don't know how much fights I have in the UFC or how much fights he has in the UFC, but I mean, his experience is catching up. It's not like I'm gonna go in there thinking anything different of like, this is a rookie, this is the first time stepping the cage. No, this guy has fight on fights these weeks. He's fought on some of the biggest cards of the year. Yeah, so it's like that. I don't take any of that as anything.
And the last time you were fighting this up-and-coming prospect in Tyra, after the fight, you said, like, maybe you overlooked him a little. That's not going to happen again. Do you? Obviously, this has kind of been a last-minute thing, but did you take anything away from, like, well, like, you shake your head right now?
No, not at all. I think if you compare Joshua Van to Manel Cape, their best wins are the same. And it's like the most dangerous person is someone with nothing to lose, and he has nothing to lose at all, you know, everything to gain, and I have everything to lose out here. So it's a scary situation no matter what. I think this is my first time in the UFC fighting outside the top 10. And I mean, he might be in the top 10. I don't really know what the rankings are. I don't really give a shit. It doesn't fucking matter at this point in time. But it's like, this is my first time fighting outside the top 10. And, you know, it's a scary situation I put myself in.
Did it matter who you would be fighting this week, or did you want to be on this card because, you know, the flyweights in the co-main event?
No, it's just being lined up with the flyweight title is what our goal was. Is once they offer this fight to us, just looked back in my corner. I was like, all right, well, do we want to stay on this card? Is that what matters the most? I think, you know, being a part of any big card or being like aligned with the title fight is huge. I prefer main events and 5-round fights, but you know, being aligned on this card, I think is even more important for me.
And, you know, Josh was in here and he said he's going to be making 125 just in case something happens in that co-main event. And he said it himself, like, I get through Brandon, I should be fighting for the title next. Pantoja said the same thing. So are you also, you know, going to try to hit 125 just in case? And is it after getting through Josh, it's title shot's mine?
We'll see what that last pound looks like. But, yeah, no, that's a goal. The goal is to make 125. My weight's really good right now. And, you know, who knows what happens and what doesn't happen. And, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. And, you know, just practicing making weight for the title fight. The title fight's good anyway, so.
Brandon,
what's up?
Has there been any conversation of like, you win this, you are getting a title shot next?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I'm telling you guys right now is I win this fight, I make a statement, I go get a title shot, and same thing with Joshua Van. We go make statements. I think we're both one of the most exciting fighters in this division. We go put on an exciting fight, which is gonna happen no matter what. One of us is up next for the belt.
You were saying that, like, if you don't get it, you'd be down to go up to bantamweight and just do some kind of fan fights?
Yeah. I mean, I'm down for a fight, man. I want to stay active this year. I want to fight. I want to make statements, and you know, I'm a lengthy flyweight. I can make the weight. I walk around not heavy, so it's not hard weight cut, but I'm lengthy and I can, you know, I'm taller than some of these 45ers, honestly. I tower over Alex Hernandez as a 55. No, I'm just playing. But, yeah, we'll see.
Were you surprised that you opened as an underdog again, but it quickly flipped?
I think it's weird, but I just feel like, you know, whatever. You don't give me my roses, it's just I'm going to take that shit.
Last one for me is you were pretty open about concussions, and I was kind of like it's like the dirty little secret that no one wants to talk about in this sport. So I guess why was it important for you to put it out that way, and how was it recovering from a nasty concussion?
Yes. So for me, this is something I've always taken really serious. I've sparred since I was 16, and back in the day, in fighting, you know, people get hurt. It's like how many. No fighter's making it to this okay in hands. I fought with a broken foot. I've literally taken off a boot and fucking fought within the week. You know what I'm saying? And I was open about that. My LFA title shot, I was like, I was in a boot. Like I was in a boot on crutches. Yeah, I had a broken foot. Then I went and won that fight. The whole entire beginning of my career, I had a torn labrum. Literally just not grappling, not wrestling, just hoping that I could make it to the fight. And then back to back, you know, I was trying to take fights like Joshua Van is now. It's just boost my career and try to get to where I wanted to be. And it's like, you know, I just feel like you can get through with these things, but it's like, there's no hill in the head. There's nothing that you can go back from on that. So it's like, for me, it's super important to take the time. I think my team's been really ahead of it. We work with a neurologist before I got the concussion. We were working with neurologists. I have all my baseline stuff done and just seeing like what changed, what is all this. And, yeah, and even now, and thanks to the Colorado, like the neurology out in Colorado is amazing. I've worked with 3 people on a consistent basis that were just helping me out on a daily, and yeah, thanks to all of them. Like, and then I made that part of my daily routine too. So it's like, you know, I think for me, like, I want to not stutter. I already talk like shit half the time. I get nervous when I see you guys. It's like. I'm always like, you know, I don't want to be stuttering when I'm older. I want to have my wits about me. The UFC is my favorite thing on earth, and you know, being here is amazing. But you know, I have a life to live after this, and I want to watch my family grow. I want to watch my niece grow up. I want to watch all this stuff, and I don't want to be one of those guys that are, you know, stuttering, shaking, and all the above.
Brandon, to your left right here. Obviously, you mentioned they're being disrespected. I can agree with that. You're a very fun fighter. So do you think if you indeed one day go up to like a bantamweight division, given how fan-friendly your style is and how violent you are sometimes, do you think that would potentially get you the respect you deserve maybe amongst the casual eye?
I mean, I don't know. I really have no clue. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't give a shit. I still got to fight no matter what. But, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just being a flyweight. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with that, obviously. But factoring in your history with Alexandre Pantoja, and you just mentioned making a statement this week against Josh Van. Do you feel like it has to be like maybe something like of a highlight reel statement to get that other shot against Pantoja? Maybe just given how many times you faced him already, it's kind of like been there, done that for the fans.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, you know, I'm only out here to make statements. I'm out here to make money. This is like, once again, this career is short-lived. I'm out here to make statements. I'm out here to make bonuses. I'm out here to get more.
Maybe doesn't give you the eyes you guys deserve. But what's your opinion on the current state, right? We guys got like Josh Van who's about to fight you, and just we're seeing new talent come into this division.
Yeah, and it's cool watching like I've watched Josh Van. I watched his Fury title fight where he got signed to the UFC. Like I was there in person, and it's cool watching these like new up and comers and some of the guys that I'm working with, and like, you know, and just seeing how far this division is gonna go. I think, you know, as a boxing fan, some of my favorite divisions are making strides already, touch gold, and it's gonna be cool to see what like all their careers shape out to.
Brandon, just over here. Of course, you've come up short against Pantoja in the past. So, do you think he retains the title against Kai Kara France this Saturday?
I don't know what that had to do with that question. What?
Well,
dang.
Depending on what you think.
But I mean, I don't know. I think the thing with Pantoja is, I think anything could really happen in a fight, and it's just like Pantoja gets hit, you know, and Kai Kara France can hit, and it's just like one of those things that like I don't know who's gonna knock him off, or if someone does knock him off, but I do feel like the fighting style of Pantoja pressuring and all that stuff is gonna make it hard for Kai Kara France to like cover that distance of what gets him knocked out and whatnot, you know.
And what I was going to say following that is, you know, if you do get another shot at Pantoja, have you looked back at those fights and seen where it is that you can make adjustments? And how do you think it would go down if you did get that title shot, if he did retain and you got that other opportunity?
I believe in myself. I really do. I think I can take Pantoja. I think that I'll be the one to do it. I think that I can there's a bunch of adjustments I can make from that fight. There's so much learned and there's so much to do, and you know, I feel like I have an idea of how I'd fight him next, and I think that's what's going to take him out.
And then just last one from me, just a prediction on the main event. Obviously, such a big title fight.
Oh man, hopefully they don't take our bonus is really what I'm hoping for the most. Super exciting fight. I hate making predictions on people that could probably beat me up, so I'm just gonna keep my mind out of it. But in my head, it's just like, you know, I want Oliveira to win every fight for the rest of his life and never retire. So I want Oliveira. I love Oliveira. I think everybody does, but who knows?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Brandon over here.
What's up, brother?
How you doing? I think it was about a year ago that you sort of switched things up with your training and all that and sort of have your own gym. And you also do a lot of cross training. I know you got a chance to work with Corey Sandhagen. How much have you evolved since making that change as a fighter, especially heading into this fight?
Oh, a lot. I think there's like, you know, there's a specific thing about like working with a small, having things catered to you. And if I have a fight, if Luis has a fight, if Alex has a fight, if whoever has a fight, we're catering that specific training to them. And, you know, and it's not like if we all have fights at the same time, it's like this hour's for me, this hour's for him, this, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's like very specific on what I need to do to grow as a fighter and specifically what they need to grow as a fighter and how do we merge together and make it. And then you work with the team and just improve all those little skills and you get to test it out on people and all that stuff. So it's been fun and I'm really glad that I have good relationships all around Colorado where I can step into any gym and get the help with all these other guys and all these other, like, you know, Colorado and USA, I think Colorado might have some of the, like, per capita or whatever, the best fighters. They were doing, like, a ranking of, like, US fighters of the top-ranked USA fighters, and it's like, we have Corey Sandhagen, Gaethje, myself, and then Curtis Blades, and we're all at the same gym training, and it's like it's cool just being in that like little bit of an environment where all these skilled things are, and not to mention all the guys that aren't even in the top rankings yet, but they will be, you know.
Yeah, and just last one for me, kind of off the beat a little bit. You talked a little bit about it before, but you got to meet Nathan McKinnon. Apparently, he's going to be at the fights on Saturday. You were saying, what was that like getting to meet someone from another high-level sport? And I heard you waited around a little bit for him just to meet him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the biggest hockey. Like, if I could have been a hockey player, I probably would have. But Junto Nakatani, I think, is someone that I can capitalize off of, or 'cause he's just a rangy boxer. You know, he's rangy, uses his range, uses every inch of his advantage, and honestly, my cut man's Rudy. His
change anything, or is it just, you know, stay healthy and show up?
Actually, you'd be surprised. There was quite a bit in there. There was quite a lot in the beginning of the fights and the way they feint and the things they do. So it was actually really good for me.
So you thought, like, to us, it felt like Islam just kind of ran through him. To you, someone that trains MMA in this division, what did you take away from that fight?
Well, I mean, it was very competitive on the feet, right? And that had to do with the fact that they were kind of nullifying each other's feints. And when they did go, it almost seemed 50-50. Once it hit the ground at the 3-minute mark, then the fight totally changed. I agree with you. But overall, I thought there was a lot for me in that fight.
And he was in here earlier, and he was, you know, typical, very brutally honest. Moicano said in January the narrative was, you know, he wants to beat the shit out of this old man. Now he wants to kill you. But he was also very honest. He's like, Beneil's way better than me off his back, and I'm probably better than him on top. So we might cancel each other out. So I guess, how do you see this fight playing out?
I don't know. I think I'm better than him everywhere. I don't know if that's, yeah. I'm pretty sure wherever the grappling fights goes, I'll be fine.
And, you know, Moicano was also in here, and he's saying, like, rankings don't matter in the UFC anymore. It's all, like, about timing and popularity and all this stuff. So I'm curious, what do you make of, you know, that narrative of the sport? Because it seems like, I remember you never really wanted to do interviews for a while. You just want to let your fighting talk, but now we're here.
Yeah, I would say I think rankings still matter to some degree because they can be used against you, and then, you know, obviously, I think rankings still do matter. I think it's who you get, and but I think obviously personality seems to matter more, and how much you can get your name out there matters more. So I understand I don't have the best presence, whether it be in person or in social media, but ultimately I got into this for fighting. I didn't get into this to be a personality.
Beneil, right over here. You've done a lot with charity. You won the Forrest Griffin Community Award last year. Are there any new projects you're working on?
We are doing something in Uganda, I believe. We're building a cafeteria, I think. So that's a project, and then Haiti's still going on. It's just different now because of the war or the civil war or the unrest, whatever they call it nowadays. We've had to change the ways we approach it.
That's awesome. And one more from me. Your opponent, Renato Moicano, he's very unpredictable on the mic. In the lead up to this fight, has he made you laugh anytime? And what's the funniest thing you've seen from him?
Honestly, I haven't really looked at much he says, but I do think it's funny when he calls me old, because I think we're the same age, or he might be like a couple of days older than me.
Well, I get the new story is only one old man can be left standing is his new one.
I like that, and I just feel bad it's not going to be him.
Hey, Beneil, over here. You faced Charles Oliveira yourself. How do you see him going up against Ilia Topuria?
I think Charles, I would say one of the biggest keys would be checking the leg kick. I think Ilia did a lot of damage in his last two fights with that leg kick. If he does that, I think the fight becomes really competitive. Because striking-wise, Charles is quite dangerous with the knees and the kicks and, you know, the tie clinch and all that. So I think if he checks the kick, the fight becomes very dangerous. I think if it goes to the ground, the fight's very dangerous. So I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than people think.
After a win against a guy like Moicano, where do you see yourself?
Man, I think I could be 1 or 2 fights away from the belt again, hopefully.
Thank you.
Here, Beneil. I asked Renato the same question because he was training with Mateus Gambrat, a former opponent of yours and ATT teammate of Renato, yes. And I wanted to ask you about the grappling because both of you are very good in jiu-jitsu, are very good in the scrambles. And
once I get in there, I'll feel it out. See how,
we know that you're focused on your next fight, and you said that you are like 2 or 3 fights away from a title shot, maybe. Can you describe us what would it be for you, like your ideal roadmap to the title?
Somebody in the top 5 and then, you know, title. That would be the ideal one. I don't really have specifically anybody in mind. You know, obviously there's a while that I was hoping to fight Dustin Poirier, but he's retiring, so I don't really have anybody specific in the top 5 that I don't want to fight. To be honest, I don't know why, but I'm not a fan of him since, you know, we got into the UFC. I think he was there before me, but like I've been watching him for such a long time, and I never really expected that he would be in our division. So I don't really love that fight, but obviously if it presents itself, I'll be fighting him. But yeah, in an ideal world, after this fight, I get a top 5 opponent, and then I fight for the title.
Thank you, Beneil.
Just over here. What was your reaction to Islam moving up, and were you disappointed at all that you didn't get the opportunity to challenge him?
I was extremely disappointed. You know, while I was on the win streak, and then also possibly in January, I thought it would. I was gonna get picked to fight him. You know, and I was feeling really good come January, and it didn't happen. So, I mean, it was tough. We really had to work through that one.
And how do you think he does at welterweight and against JDM?
I think he's gonna do well. I think it'll be more striking than grappling. I think JDM's defense seems to be really solid, and he's going to continue to work on it. And I think actually the easier path will be striking for Makhachev.
Thank you.
Hello.
Ilia, you fought Volkanovski, Max in what at those times felt like big fights, but this week in particular, as the person who's in the middle of all this media, does this feel like the biggest fight of your life?
I don't know what to tell you. It feels exactly the same, to be honest.
Is that because you've always seen the vision, envisioned yourself being in this spot, being one of the big stars and being in these big fight weeks?
Or maybe it's because it's the same.
Last week we spoke to you at a media day and you said that you expected Charles to march right towards you so you wouldn't have to go find him. And then yesterday he said, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to march forward and get into a fight.
Remember, this is what he's going to try to do. That's not something he's going to do. He's going to try to do it. He's going to try to win, of course.
Are you surprised, though, that he's so willing to get into this firefight with you, and does that play into your hands during the fight?
Not at all. That's his job. He has to be confident.
Do you think then this fight might just turn out to be almost like a 2-minute sprint until you land and end this fight early?
2-minute sprint? No. He's gonna try to walk forward. He's not gonna find a way to do it, and I'm gonna make him play my game, as I said.
What was it like running into Alex Volkanovski yesterday at the PI?
It was nice to see him. It's always nice to see Volk. I'm very happy that he has been able to get the title back, and I wish him all the best.
And last one from me. Earlier today, Islam Makhachev did an interview and said he's not ruling out coming back down to 155. But if it was up to you, would you rather fight him at 170 to get that third title, or would you be willing to fight him at 55 because that's the division that people say he might be the best at?
It would be much better for me to fight him in 170. And I will beat him and get the third title. That will be the best scenario for me.
I saw an interview where you said, when you were cutting to 145, sometimes it would get to the point where you just hated the sport because of how your body was reacting. So I guess how's camp been not having to cut those extra 10 pounds, and have you kind of rediscovered a love for this sport again?
Two different words, featherweight and lightweight. I have been able to enjoy the whole process. Even today, I feel good. And when I was fighting in the featherweight division at this point, I was feeling really, really bad. So, yeah, I think that I made a great decision.
And years ago, when Dustin Poirier went from featherweight to lightweight, he said it took him a few fights to feel like a lightweight rather than just a featherweight that stopped cutting. And Charles said something similar where when he went up to lightweight, where he would be able to knock people out at featherweight, they could take a lot more damage, and it took him a while to kind of feel like that. Do you feel like a featherweight still, or have you
That's
probably
the
feel
experience. I already fought in the lightweight division. I have one fight in the UFC in that division. So I felt actually great. So my experience is going to be completely different.
And outside of fighting, just how's life been for you in general since your last fight? Because we see you promoting fights, we see you on, doing all these media appearances in Spain. So just how's life been, just even outside of camp?
It has been amazing, amazing.
Ilia, down here, you fought back-to-back generational greats in Max Holloway and Alexander Volkanovski in your last two fights. Where do you rank Charles among them?
Where do I rank Charles?
Yes, among comparing to Volk and Max.
I would rank Volk in the first place, Max in the second, and Charles in the third.
And I wanted to get some clarity on the whole UFC Spain thing. There were reports saying that the Barcelona City Council blocked plans, or they're not entertaining the idea because they just don't like the sport of MMA. Is that what you've been told?
No, I have no idea. I don't know the last things about the UFC Spain, to be honest.
All right, and a few days before your last fight against Max Holloway, Cristiano Ronaldo had some not choice words. He said that he thought you talked too much. Is there still beef between you two guys, or is everything all sound?
Not at all. We good.
All right. And you're a Real Madrid fan. What do you make of Xabi Alonso being appointed as new manager?
I'm very happy. I think he's going to do an amazing job in the team. We are going to get more and more titles, as always.
Thank you.
Hey, right here. We saw the power at 155 pounds, that fight you mentioned against Jai Herbert. Can we expect an even more powerful version of an already powerful Ilia Topuria this weekend?
More power? I don't know. I think that I'm a better fighter right now, more mature, more experience, you're gonna see for sure a better version about of myself.
And along that note of the football sport, one of your good friends, Sergio Ramos, I know he's participating right now in the Club World Cup and he has a game tonight. If his results allow him, will he be in attendance this weekend to support you?
I don't know. Maybe he will come. I didn't spoke to him.
Ilia over here. Ilia, there's this statistic: you have never thrown a kick to the body or the head in the UFC.
Yeah.
And honestly, just why? A lot of people have success with it. What is it you don't like about throwing that move?
The kicks never was a quality that I never had as a fighter. So, I don't know. I never liked the body kicks and the head kicks.
I mean, it's obviously worked very well for you in your career. Another question I had, we saw you on Spanish TV playing guitar, doing the song with Antonio Banderas. Is music a big part of your life? And if you did have a band, what would the name be?
Music is part of my life and part of all of your life. We love music.
I mean, I do too, but I can't play the guitar like you. Would you ever have a band if you had the opportunity?
No, I just took some classes before that TV show. So I'm not a huge master of guitar, to be honest.
Final question. There's a lot of lightweights who are doing well. Charles, Arman, and guys coming up. Did you feel that outside of Islam that Charles is the best lightweight that you could have fought?
100%. He's the best lightweight right now. If we don't count Islam, he's the best after him.
Thank you.
Just over here, Ilia. You mentioned you want to face Paddy next, obviously, if you do win the title this Saturday. You said that he needs one more fight. How big, obviously, not to look past Charles, but how big do you think that fight could be, given your history together?
That fight easily could be one of the biggest in the UFC history.
Are there any hard feelings still towards Paddy?
Listen, I don't used to take anything personal in this game. It's all professional.
And with that one fight that you think that he should have, is there someone in the division that you think would make sense in terms of him winning that fight to get the title shot next?
So if he wants to assure his title shot, he has to fight with Justin Gaethje, because if he fights with Arman, I think that Arman's going to beat him. So the easiest path he has right now to get the title shot is Justin.
Okay, thank you.
Stylistically.
Thank you.
Ilia over here. Obviously, I know you wanted to fight Islam Makhachev. He's going to 170. Do you think he'll have success up there? Because he is one of the bigger fighters in your division right now.
Well, can you repeat that question, please?
How do you think Islam Makhachev will do at 170 when he fights Jack Della Maddalena?
I don't know. I don't care, to be honest. I never thought about that, so I don't know.
In terms of, I know the weight cut was a big part of you, obviously, at 145. How much different has camp been, not having to focus on that as much? Is it possible this camp's one of your best, just for the simple fact that the weight cut isn't as big of a focus?
For sure. This is one of the best training camps that I ever had. I have been able to enjoy the whole process, like I said before. Like, I'm very happy with everything that I lived in this training camp, how it has been, and felt very happy during the whole process.
Yeah, and just last one for me. I know the focus is on you this Saturday. Any update on your brother when we could see him fight again? Obviously, there's a lot of excitement for his next fight and what he can
Hopefully they are going to announce his fight after my fight, after my victory, let's say like this.
Hi, Ilia down here. You spoke earlier about wanting to bring the UFC to Spain. What do you think a win against Charles would push that forward, do you think?
I don't think it has to do anything about win or losses. Everything is about the deal of the UFC with the television here. So if they get a new deal and we could have an event in Spain with the prime time in Spain, of course.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you very much, guys.